Hello. So, who else has a premium subscription to Anxiety Prime? Raise your hand. I have Anxiety Prime right now. Happy Sunday. Welcome in. House, welcome in. Ghosty, welcome in. Guys, there's so many people you need to follow. You need to follow Elixir Games. You need to follow Ghost. You need to follow House. You need to go follow Ty. You need to go follow Albert. Albert, did you see I updated your... I updated your message. Soul Trainer Niji is who we're raiding into as well today. Please go follow them. Empirical Woodland, welcome in. Go follow them. Go follow Austin. Oh my gosh, while you're here, follow everyone. Go follow Kuraga as well. If there's anyone in here that you're not currently following, it is imperative that you go follow them immediately. Mia was so quick with the first today as well. Lovely to meet you too, Niji. Am I saying it correctly? And are you okay with me calling you Niji? Is it Niji or Niji? Whatever you prefer. How are you doing, guys? Welcome in. We're kicking off the Autism Acceptance Raid Train today. It's my first time ever starting a raid train. I can hear my voice coming out of my iPad. That's awkward. Turn that down. I don't want to hear that. We don't want to hear my voice. Kiora, welcome. Go follow Kiora. It activated much faster than usual. I think that's why it seemed faster. Ooh. Welcome in. Welcome everyone. How's your weekend been? Need to follow that fine ass looking guy in the background, says Ark. This one. No, I know who you're talking about. Look at all the cute people. I can't breathe. There's too many cuties. Everyone hydrate, please. Make sure you got a nice full drink. Fancy! Thank you! Thank you! 11 months, we've almost, oh my gosh, almost a year, Fancy. That's crazy! That's amazing, thank you so much. Welcome in, new friend. Welcome. Follows are anonymous, so feel free to stay low-key, stay cozy. Anyone who's here, though, if you are new, you're more than welcome to say hi and introduce yourself if you'd like to. She says, you'll be fine, don't worry, you got this. I appreciate that so much. I can't wait to read into your channel later. Ooh, Derp Critic, hello, I followed. Thank you so much, I appreciate that. It's so lovely to have you here. Anyone who's new, if we've never met, my name is Mel Zelia. You can call me Mel for short if you like. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm a cozy English streamer. Hi James, welcome in! I love your armbands. Yeah, so this is part of the Rinoa cosplay, guys. So Rinoa is one of the main female characters from Final Fantasy VIII, which is what we'd be playing today. And this is her cosplay. So we've got the cute shorts with zips that actually work, but I won't undo the zips. Got this cute little skirt, got this little strappy top, got wings on my back. Wings, and look, I feel so majestic when I walk around in this. Look. I have shoes as well. Not that you can really see my shoes, but I am wearing shoes as well. And obviously the ring, Quill's ring. Now the funny thing is, the first time I wore the Rinoa costume, I didn't understand why she had this necklace with a ring on. But only recently did I get to the part in the story where I find out why, and it makes my heart so full. Phoebe, welcome in! Can I get a shout out for Phoebe, please? You need to go follow Phoebe. You need to go follow Ecurus as well. Welcome. First spot, hi. Good time zone, Mel. You always look fab. No, you! Can't breathe. I'm too excited. Do you know what? This is actually, it's quite warm in England today. So this is the first time, guys, this is incredible. This is the first time I can wear the Rinoa cosplay on stream without the heating on. Yes! That is a huge achievement for my bank accounts, especially. How you doing, guys? What are you up to? Welcome in. Welcome. We're going to be, so today is the Autism Acceptance Raid Train, run as part of by the Dragon Clan stream team. Hunter, welcome in. Everyone go follow Hunter. He's precious. The exercise redeems are gonna be done by my husband. So if anyone redeems an exercise, the exercise spinner. Who did that? Me. So, because I think I've got some kind of long COVID type thing, so I have a lot of trouble breathing, so I can't do the exercise redeems. But Mr. Mel is now going to do 20 sit-ups for your viewing pleasure. Enjoy the torture right now. There goes the sound effect 10 years later. Okay, let me move out the way. Let's get him on the floor, everybody. Ark's going to join. Okay, guys, if you would like to join in, you're more than welcome to. Let me move this shit out the way. Right. I hope my chair's going to be in your way, isn't it? I'm going to move the chair the other way. Hold on. Let's move this over here. Okay. Let me introduce you to Mr. Mel, aka Calix, my hubby, and he is going to do 20 sit-ups as decreed by Black Cat Mia. If you would like to join in, you're more than welcome to. Let's be healthy. I'm going to get out of the way. Okay.
Ready?
Let's go. Everyone count. 1, 2,
Could you be faster?
3, 4, 5, 6, no. 4.
Floppy.
5. Phoebe thinks that was floppy. 6, 7. Floppy. I meant sloppy. Shit, I've lost count. I hope you're counting. What are you on? 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. Come on, everyone, cheer him on. 17. 18. 19. 20! Yay! Good job. Well done. Well done. Good job. You did it. Thank you, Mia, for putting Mr. Mel through that Mr. Hell. The rejoices. Far better than I could ever, says Phoebe. Wow. Hunter saying hey to all the people. Mia saying we got him working out on stream and calling him floppy. Someone call the RSPCA. I said it by accident. I meant to say sloppy, but I said floppy. Obviously something else was going on in my brain. He put the blanket down and everything. Look, you don't want to hurt your tailbone, okay? This is a blank. This is just a rug. You don't want to hurt your bony tailbone. You don't want to bruise your butt from doing sit-ups on a hard floor. Welcome in, Chub Cheeks. Good to see you. Bony AS. Yeah, well, he also got that cake, but yeah. Do we need to get some squats going? I think it's 2 redeems a stream for the exercise, is it? I think there may be a total of 2 redeems a stream if you would like to make Mr. Mel do some more exercise. Hi, Mirica. Speak of the devil. Exercise is back for Mr. Mel. Welcome, welcome, everyone. So, with that out the way, we are streaming... What's it gonna be, Fancy? 20 sit-ups again! Maybe we remove the limit for Mr. Mel covering no-ish. Right, let me move this. Is it 3 per stream? Oh, it's 3 per stream. Okay, right, guys, so move out the way. 20 more sit-ups for Mr. Mel. You guys are gonna break him. He's broke. He's just had his lunch, he says.
Ready?
Right, whenever you're ready. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Come on, you're nearly halfway. 9, 10. You're halfway. You're halfway. Come on. Floppy. 12, 13, 14, 15. This is the last bit now. 16. 17. 18. 19. Last one. 20. Until someone else redeems it again, that is. Yes. Guys, the real star. Oop, the real star of the show. Where am I pointing? The real star of the show. Welcome in. Try walking up 7 flights of subway stairs, says Elixir. Oh my god. Been there, done that last weekend in London. Simon. Oh, here comes the Oreo. Here comes the Oreo redeem. Hey, Eclipse, welcome in. Oreo. Right, let's get all the chaos out of the way now, shall we, guys? Let's get all the bullshit out the way right at the start of stream. I don't know why I did crab hands for that, but... React to what? What are we reacting? Mr. Mel has done 40 sit-ups today in the last 5 minutes. Eclipse says, I'm having coffee before driving home. Sorry for the pic spam from the convention yesterday. Oh my god, don't apologise. It looked awesome, Eclipse. It looks like such a good weekend. I bet you're knackered now. Did you hear the new Baby Metal song? No, I don't really follow Baby Metal, but I saw your post about it. Is it good? Fearless, it's so good to see you. Your wife said I can do reps as well, and she took a yoga mat and just did 15. Yes! You should have heard the sound he just made. 30 squats. Guys, we need to work on this cake. That's all the exercise redeems taken up for today. Right, Mr. Mal's going to work on that cake. 30 squats now from Mr. Mel. Guys, here we go. Are we ready? Wherever you want. Just stick that tush out for everybody. They want to see that cake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, they're gonna want you to go lower than that. 7, 8, 9. He squats like an office worker, says Mia. That's 10. 20 more.
That's harsh. Right,
this is too spicy for Twitch, says Kiraka. My knees would collapse, says Ty. Shit, what was that? 13, 14. Yep. 15. 16. It looks like you're about to dive into a pool. 18. 19. 20. So you gotta stick that butt out. 21. Stick it all the way out. 22. That's it. Imagine there's a string pulling your butt up like that. What are we on? 23? 24. 25.
There's my knees hurt.
26. His knees just cracked. 27. 28. 29. 30. Woo! Gotta maintain that cake. Sorry for the loud clapping. Sorry if that was reverse ASMR. Okay, guys. That is all of the exercise redeems for this particular stream used up in the first 10 minutes of the stream. Oh, 20 minutes. Are we 20 minutes in already? Phoebe says gotta hand it to him. He's really worked hard today. We're only 21 minutes into the stream. Yeah, people couldn't help themselves now. There's none left for the actual raid stream. Thank you for the head pats, Quick Nova. I feel like Mr. Mel deserves head pats right now. GG Calix says Elixir. GG Mr. Mel. Totes going home watching The Boy and the Heron. Yes, enjoy Eclipse. I saw you'd bought that. Now we know why his name's Calix, says Fancy. It's the sound his knees make. Now you have, yeah, Ark's been doing all the exercises along with the stream. So, power to Ark. Great job. Now, he squats like an office worker, Mia. I want some more information about this statement. I want to know a little bit more about this. Ark goes, squats are easy. It was 3, right? Reset what? No, why?
I was paid.
You want to do more exercise?
No, I don't want to do raid train. Not even started yet.
Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. Welcome in. He says he'll do more exercises if I'm able to reset them for when the raid bit starts. Ah, I'm echoing. I don't know if I can do that midstream. Let me just check. But I won't do it until 40 minutes from now, which is when my raid train slot officially starts. I might be able to up it to like... I could maybe change it to 6 redemptions a stream so that people can do it again if you want to. Ceci, welcome in! It's lovely to see you. I really hope you're doing okay. Mia says, regarding you squat like an office worker, there is no more information, but I'm not hearing any counter-argument. I mean, he is an office worker, so I guess that sounds about right. You're ordering pizza after doing 30 reps. That's how it works. That's how exercise works. When you do exercise, then you can order pizza. It counters it out, right? You're healthy now, which means you're in credit, which means you can have a pizza. That's how exercise works. And healthiness. Okay. Yep, he's warmed up and raring to go. He's absolutely fucked now, Mia. What a lovely initiative, Malzelia. Aerobics. Take out the squats from the wheel. Wait, why are we taking out the squats? No, he wants to do that. He doesn't want to do squats, apparently. Well, I'm not taking that. I'm not editing my shit for you now. You're playing some comfy FF14 with a friend. Oh, that sounds really lovely, Ceci. Have you done the new story and the new, unlock the new raids? Negative Mel is too sickly. That's why we have a very handsome stand-in. A very handsome stand-in today, yeah. Yeah, I'm sickly at the moment. You wanted pizza yesterday, but your bank account said no, Ty. That's so real. What would you have ordered? What kind of pizza would you have got? Mia says the cure to hating squats is simply more squats. This is weird. My exercise class teacher actually... I told her that squats are my favourite. I really like doing squats. It's my favourite exercise. And she was like, what the fuck's wrong with you? And everyone in my class was like, what the fuck's wrong with you? But like, I feel like when I'm doing squats, I'm like, my butt's getting stronger and bigger. I like big butts and again, I lie. So I like squats. I like the results of squats. There's something about them. I like having strong legs. I don't know. Take me for it. You were advised not to exercise that much, Elixir. Sorry, what? Who's advising you that? Because if that's your doctor, can I have your doctor as well, please? The new raids are so creative, right, Ceci? They're amazing, she says. They're so much fun. Alex says, if you keep making us do exercise, I can't finish the Final Fantasy I Pixel Remaster. No, it's not allowed. You really like squats too, Hals? Yes. You're my people. Weirdly, they don't hurt my knees, but I'm sure, like, the thing with squats, right, is you're putting all the focus in your butt, right? Your butt and your glutes. So your knees shouldn't really be doing too much. Your knees shouldn't be hurting because you're putting all the pressure into your legs. And when you do lots of squats, you build up the muscles, and those muscles sort of help take a bit of the pressure off your fucking knees. I love a squat, says Mia, but I think deadlift is my love. Ooh, I mean, yes. If you're doing squats or any kind of exercise with weights, that's a great way to build up muscle. You wanted a mushroom, onion, and green pepper pizza. That's 3 vegetables. Wait, is mushroom's not a vegetable, is it? Mushroom's its own thing. Is it? Mushroom's not vegetable. That's 2 vegetables. Well, the tomato's fruit, isn't it? Do you remember that thing that came out where they said that because pizza has all the nutritional value that it's... What the fuck was it? They said that pizza's a vegetable or some shit like that. Do you remember that? I don't know what that was about. My doctor says, what are you, stupid? And I agree with that today, Stark says. Mia says, mushrooms, just like me, a fun guy. Hey, you're a fun gal. You're fungal. Mia's fungal, everybody. Okay, Ty says mushroom is a fungus. Yeah, I usually have no tomato sauce. Oh, really? What do you have? Do you have something instead? Like barbecue sauce or anything? Sounds like an April Fool's joke does. Elixir says, my doctor, between the effects of my ADHD meds and the decreased appetite, along with my general dislike of eating, I lost 2.5 stones in 1.5 months. Is that in kilos? Are you just starting ADHD meds? Because I had a similar thing when I started them as well. That's 1.5 stone in kilos. Sorry. I know you're British, but I speak Europe. 9.5 kilos? Jesus Christ, almost 10 kilos. That is a lot of weight to lose. I was losing 1 kilo a week when I started mine. Oh, Mia, you didn't. Oh my god, Mel, you told me. You promised not to tell anyone. Sorry, everyone knows you're fungal now, Mia. Mia's a fungus. She spreads. Yo, Simon says, I tried doing sit-ups crunchy things a while ago. The missus thought a walrus had escaped the zoo. Crunchy things? Is that the sound that all your bones are making when you're doing the sit-ups? What's a stone for us silly Americans? Don't you Americans measure yours weights in stone? Do you not? What do you measure your weight in the USA? I thought it was stone and pounds over there because y'all are allergic to the metric system. Mia is like a fungus. She grew a year ago and we haven't got rid of her since, and she's spreading. In America a while back, they decided that ketchup counted as a vegetable for school meals. It's ridiculous because there's so much sugar in ketchup. You are the black mold of Twitch, says Mia. And we're breathing you in, Mia. 2.5 stone in 1. Holy moly, 35. Oh, wait, you just measure it in pounds? That's insane. Oh my, oh, Jesus Christ. So Americans making imperial measurements even more confusing by just using pounds. What? Using Ritalin also makes makes me lose weight like crazy, says Phyllis. It just stops you wanting to eat as much, doesn't it? Pounds? We have no idea what a stone is, says House. I thought, so here you have a stone and that is 14 pounds. It's like, you don't use stone, you just do pounds? I had no idea. Americans just use pounds. We just use kilograms, unless you are elderly, in which case you still use stone and pounds. There's a divide here in the UK between using stone and kilos. I don't really, like, a lot of the older people do use stone and pounds, but I've got some, I think posh people use stone and pounds. Got some friends who are quite posh who use stone and pounds. I like the metric system because it makes sense, because everything divides nicely into each other. You know, 100 grams is a kilo. It's just nice. Everything is nice and neat and makes sense. Black mold me a win. My car gets 40 rods to the hogshead and that's the way I like it, says Hawk. You've been on the meds since October, Elixir, so are you like settled on your dosage for that now? Because I've just finished the titration period for my ADHD meds and I'm still not fully settled. So because my heart rate goes really high on the ADHD meds, on the stimulant, I'm having to stay on a really low dose. So although I'm not getting the full effect for my ADHD, at least I'm getting something, because without it it's impossible, and at least it makes it slightly less impossible being on a really low dose. And I have to take days off so that my heart can rest a little bit as well. In New Zealand, says Soman, if something's a big number it's just called heaps. Flix says, I've heard of Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock. Are these the stones we're talking? Yes. It's something to do with the way villagers used to weigh stuff. They had a weighing stone that was roughly equivalent across villages. Something like that, I think. Man, people are crazy. People be crazy. But it makes sense. Yeah, Kiraga says it doesn't make a difference to me with dyscalculia. Everything is confusing. All numbers are confusing. Elixir says, yeah, I'm settled. Not sure if you want me to say... No, you could say whatever you want. Like, that's absolutely fine. Like, I don't know. I don't think it's a bad thing to say. And as long as it's something you're comfortable saying. Sweet, welcome in. Please have a shout out for Sweet World Thing. She's absolutely precious. She is an ambassador for the National Children's Alliance, who we raised money for last year as part of the... Wait. That was the one. Yeah, the Fruities Say It Louder raid train, which was my first ever raid train. The first raid train I ever done. And so today we're doing my first ever, well, the first time I've ever started a raid train, which is also crazy. Like, it's weird. I don't know. We don't get the raid train come in at the time that we start, so there's no, like, official start moment. So technically it starts in 31 minutes, but I thought I'd go a bit early so we have a bit of time to chat before we start. And so we get plenty of time to play a little bit of Final Fantasy VIII. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome. Follows are anonymous. So stay cozy, stay lurky if you would like to, but also feel free to say hi and introduce yourself if you want. It's a really nice community here. Yeah, the Say It Louder shirt is so nice. Thank you for doing shout outs for Sweet Wild Thing. You almost got a double shout out there. Wow. Fearless takes 10 milligrams Ritalin because the higher dose makes your heart race, so like me. Help up, Asha, welcome, fellow Fruities friend. It's lovely to have you here. Thank you so much for stopping by. We're currently psyching ourselves up, getting ready for the Autism Acceptance Raid Train because it is April, which is Autism Acceptance Month. Now, the idea of autism acceptance and autism awareness is not to say autism exists. Let's make everyone aware of it. No, the idea is we talk about autism, we talk about the different ways it can present itself because everyone who has it has a different experience of autism. Yeah, there are some things that you might find that you have in common with a lot of people, but if you've met one autistic person, that does not mean you know all autistic people. It means you know that one autistic person. It can vary very wildly between people, the different things that we can cope with, that we can't cope with, different sensitivities. So the idea today is we're going to be talking a lot about our experiences. I'm going to obviously talk about mine. I'm both autistic and ADHD. I was only diagnosed with autism in February last year. So this has been a year of learning for me. But I don't want to. We'll start talking about that properly when the raid slot officially starts in now 29 minutes. I have a bad feeling the ads are going to kick in exactly at the moment that the raid train begins. I'll tell you what we'll do right before the raid train slot officially starts. I'll run some manual ads so we can get them out the way. Get them out the way. We don't want to be saying, "Hey, welcome to buy our shit." That's what adverts say. They go, "Buy our shit," and then there's some jazzy music in the background. There's a saxophone going, and it's like, "Buy our shit today. Now, if you buy our shit today, you get one shit free with every 2 shits that you take. And we'll keep on shitting on you, and you'll keep on buying our shit." And then it will go back to the stream, and we'll be like, "Yay, autism." And that's how it goes. We don't want that. We'll run some ads before the slot begins. Can you tell I'm nervous? What am I saying? Exactly, Elixir. If you've met one autistic person, you have met one autistic person. One of my favorite quotes. It's true. Intersectional experience is so incredibly important to consider, says Ty. So yeah, when we get into the raid slot, which is now 28 minutes away, I will get into Final Fantasy VIII. The reason I've chosen this game is because I find Squall, who's the main character, very autistic coded, which is very exciting. Welcome in, welcome new friends. Thank you for the follow. And Cosmic Arts, oh, it's so good to have you here. It's so lovely to see you. Happy Autism Acceptance Month to you too. Guys, go follow Cosmic Arts because their art is incredible. They do wonderful art streams. Please go follow them. They are so very cool. Thank you as well for the other follow. Thank you. Again, follows are anonymous, so feel free to stay cozy, stay quiet, stay lurking if you would like to. But yeah, you're welcome to say hi if you want. Welcome in, Demon Fighters. Oh, you're so precious. Oh, thank you. Look, so are you. Everyone here is very, very precious. Now remember to stay hydrated. Thank you for the follow, guys. I really appreciate that. It's so lovely to have you here. Lovely to meet you. My name's Melzelia, but you can call me Mel for short, and my pronouns are she, her. It's lovely to have you here. It's lovely to meet you. Yes, I am Blonde Renoa. or Rinzelia, as I'm calling myself. I bought a wig for Renoa. It was a hot disaster. And you know what? Can't be asked to buy a new one. Fuck that wig. I'm just going blonde Renoa from now on. Cosmic says, so happy to be here. Sending you luck with your slot today. You're going to do great. Oh, thank you. I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous. Ty Cat, it's so good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome. It's lovely to see you. I hope you guys' weekends have been amazing. Yes, exactly, Cosmic. So it is also wait, let me just get the exact wording. I don't think, is it International Ace Day? Let me just double check. What did it say? It is Happy International Asexuality Day as well. For anyone who identifies as asexual, today is your day. So go make sure you celebrate all your asexual friends. And if you are asexual, just remember you are valid, you are important, you are loved. So yes, let's all celebrate our wonderful asexual friends today. Wigs in warm weather is painful, says Sylvie. You're so right. You're so right. I was cosplaying Gaia from Final Fantasy XIV in August last year, and holy shit, my wig kept sliding backwards because it was so sweaty. Welcome in, Takeshi. Welcome. It's lovely to have you here. Thank you for stopping by. When I was diagnosed when I was a kid with ADHD, says Soul Trainer Niji, and deafness, as I was born deaf. No way, I had no idea. I was a kid with ADHD. Wait, so did you, I'm guessing you can hear me then, because we've been talking today. If you can't hear me, then this is really embarrassing. I'm working on getting some closed captioning for my streams as well to make them accessible for people who are hard of hearing. So that is on my big list. You have Chrome. Oh, are they quite reliable? The closed captioning in Chrome? I didn't know those existed. That's incredible. Mel, did I show you my steampunk Batman cosplay with full leatherette cape and cowl? You did not, and I demand to see that at once. That's so cool though. Oh my gosh, guys, you should have seen Hunter's birthday stream. I only got to see the beginning of it, but just the screenshot afterwards. Either way, you're like, Hunter's like, he's like half blurred and he's like, because he was drinking every time he died in Elden Ring. So it looked like it was a very messy stream. If you need help setting up captions, I can send you the OBS plugin I use. Or there's also a browser source on Chrome you can use. Oh my gosh, yes, please, Cosmic. I would love that. Croak Show sent me something a little while back as well. That I need to get set up as well. Because I'd like to have really cute closed captions too in like cute colours. Why is it always closed captioning, says Fancy? What if I want open captioning? Right? It should be open. It should be open. It was only 3 beers though, Hunter. Nietzsche says, I do have a plugin, but for me it will always keep saying bad words when I talk due to my deaf accent. Oh no. We'll plan to read it after today. Re-add it, sorry, after today, and I want to make sure it's family friendly. Oh no, that's really bad that it adds swear words by mistake. Takeshi says, I found you through Kiora. Oh, that's so lovely. Thank you, Kiora, for sharing and letting your friend Takeshi know about the stream. I really appreciate that. Drink every time you die in Elden Ring, says Ark. That could go one of 2 ways. What? 1, you pass out. 2, you pass out. You post pics to the Discord. I wore that during a heatwave at a convention with 2,000 people. Sylvie, that's pretty powerful. I'm very impressed. Mia says, I love those streams. The more you drink, the worse you play, and the cycle continues. It's a spiral, isn't it, Mia? Kiraga says, oh, also, I can help with that if you like, Mel. I have mine set up with a dialogue box and everything. I would love that, Kiraga. Guys, Kiraga has the coolest closed caption I've ever seen. It's literally like NPC, like, message boxes from Final Fantasy games. It's so cool. I would love to know how you do that. Did you have to pay for it, or were you able to set that up yourself? Ark says about the Elden Ring thing. Sober, you could either be sober because you're exploring and find things that are trouble, or bashing your head against the boss and getting, yep, probably the latter. Thank you for the hydrate, Icarus. Everyone make sure you hydrate, please. I've actually got a new raid message alert, a raid alert sound. thing. Mission, quest, thing. So any raids that we get from today onwards, it's super cute. I won't tell you what it is. You'll have to discover it when it happens. The only clue I will give you about the new raid alert is Final Fantasy IX. Final Fantasy IX is the clue for what my new raid alert sound mission quest thing is. Wait, Kiraga says you can set the captions to filter out swear words? That's a great idea. Yours would just be star 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 the whole time, Kiraga. Kiraga has an add-on that makes them sound sus, but it's just the captions. Kiraga is the sus person. No, Kiraga is sus AF. And that's one reason why we love them. Oh my gosh, it's free, Kiraga. Okay, free is my favorite price tag. We've decided on Mediterranean food for breakfast/lunch. Are you having like a brunch then, Fancy? Look at me whizzing my chair around. What we're going to do today, I'm going to be killing Tonberries in Final Fantasy VIII. This is my first playthrough of Final Fantasy VIII, and we're currently trying to unlock the Tonberry King Guardian Force, aka girlfriend. So I figured we'll be killing some Tonberries and chatting about our autistic experiences, our diagnosis, maybe what led you to get a diagnosis if you are an adult and you've had to facilitate that yourself. Conversely, if there is anyone in here who was diagnosed as a child, that would also be really interesting to hear about how you got through life with that diagnosis. Has it helped you? Has it hindered you? Has it held you back or anything? I'd love to know. Kiraga says it would. I am not family friendly. I swear a lot and I make a lot of mature jokes. Yeah, me too. I'm going to try and reel it in a little bit for today's stream though. I do swear quite a lot. So I'm going to absolutely try my best not to swear today. If I do, I really, really apologize in advance. But if we could try and keep sus chat to 0 today, just for today. Just for today, okay? You can unleash it on Tuesday's stream. But for today, please try not to be sus if you can. We want to keep this family friendly. Do we need a swear jar count? Oh my gosh, Cosmic and Ivelios both with the same idea. Ark says if you swear, we'll just say stop fudging swearing, Mel. That's not the word he wrote. Tonberry snuff stream. Yeah, I'm sorry. We're killing Tonberries. I have to kill at least 20 Tonberries to get their king to spawn, and then I'm murdering their king. It's going to be Tonberry regicide today. I'm going to kill the King Tonberry, and then I will enslave him as my girlfriend. Do you know what? Do you remember remember that thing 20 seconds ago when I said let's not be sus on today's stream? I'm not setting a great example here. The time to say that was probably in the announcement on Monday, but do your best. Well, yeah. Yeah. It is what it is. Rip to no sus, says Elixir. Oh my gosh, Ty! No way! So Ty says, I was diagnosed as a child in the mid-1990s. Technically, I was diagnosed with ADHD and unspecified non-verbal learning disability, which is how they diagnosed comorbid ADHD and ASD at the time, because they thought it wasn't possible to have both ADHD and autism. That is true. It's only been, I think, the 2010s or something when they realized that you could have both. Let me do a quick Google. When did they realize you could have ADHD and autism? 2013. So literally only 12 years ago. Only 12 years ago did researchers realize that you could have both autism and ADHD. Isn't that crazy? We'll look at React in a minute. When we get to it. God, no wonder we're all traumatized from school, says me. Enjoy your chicken wings, Sylvie. But yeah, so I am autistic and ADHD. I was diagnosed autistic February last year, and ADHD a month later. Yeah, it's interesting because I was reading something on Insta about having both of them in a way hinders you from getting a diagnosis because the symptoms often the common symptoms, because not everyone has all of the same symptoms of ADHD and autism, can kind of cancel each other out. They can, so there's things like being incredibly organized, having a set plan, having a routine, being very specific about what you eat, and, you know, autism signs. And then ADHD could be extremely emotionally distressed, like, oh no, wait, there's a very grey line, okay, and I'm still learning. This is my disclaimer that I am still learning a lot about autism and ADHD as somebody with both. So I apologize if I say anything incorrect. If I do, please just let me know and correct me. Emma Nessie, welcome in, welcome. Everyone go follow Emma Nessie from my wonderful stream team. But yeah, you can also have symptoms of ADHD that is like, you know, losing interest in something, being unable to get started on something if it doesn't interest you, being chaotic, being disorganized, being late to things. And the two things, like, if you heard all those, you wouldn't go, that person has autism, would you? You wouldn't think that, because autism is meant to be organized and obsessed with trains or something, you know, having the same obsession your whole life, or collecting millions of model Star Wars characters your whole life. Like, sorry if anyone feels called out. This is why we're here. We're all here together. You know, there's stereotypes of autism and stereotypes of ADHD, and stereotypes, they can be quite harmful, because it can mean that people who need that diagnosis to help them in life might not even realize they have either of those. Because if everyone's saying, oh yeah, you're only autistic if you're super organized, well, what about the people who also have ADHD? They're going to go, oh, well, I probably am not autistic, and then won't get the diagnosis and won't be able to get the right kind of support that they need. Welcome in, E. Larry. Kana, welcome in. Everyone go follow Kana. Kana's pushing for partner, so everyone go help Kana. If you can, stop by her streams, because she's been playing Final Fantasy, which is obviously very, very cool, but she's pushing for partner, and the best time to help streamers who are pushing for partner is right at the start of the stream. So if you can be there right at the start, that really, really helps with getting the averages up. Sweet Wild Thing, thank you for the head pats. I appreciate that. I've got a little bit left behind in chat. Hold on. Cosmic, what says, me when adults tell me to just use a planner. So that's the thing, right? ADHD, that people are like, get a planner, that will help you. And you're like, sure. And you use it for 1 or 2 days, and then you forget about it. Or it becomes incredibly overwhelming. And it's like, it just doesn't work. There's so much, like, I mean, today is about autism acceptance, but it does go quite hand in hand with ADHD, and a lot of people have both. I find the ADHD side of things incredibly crippling. As far as mental health and just life is concerned, autism is something that I have learnt quite proficiently to mask all of my adult life. I didn't even know I had it. I spent my whole life studying the way that people talk to each other in conversations, the phrases they use, the facial expressions they use. When someone's talking to me, my head is going, am I doing enough eye contact? Am I doing too much eye contact? Am I giving the right facial expression right now? I need to stop. Am I twitching my fingers too much? I need to stop scratching my hand. Maybe I'm touching my hair too much. Maybe they think I'm flirting with me. When I said something there, maybe I was a bit too blunt. Did I upset them, or was I not blunt enough? And it's just, being autistic is incredibly exhausting. Just existing. This is my personal experience. Anyone else who feels differently, you're more than welcome to weigh in. Please do share your experiences as well. But for me, any kind of socializing is incredibly, incredibly exhausting. Like, just going to work for the day, you have to put on that mask. You have to appear at work is a whole other kettle of fish, can I say, compared to, like, at least in my free time, I'm friends with people who like me for me and accept me for my strange little quirks and eccentricities. But at work, you have to be a certain way. You have to talk to people a certain way. If you upset the boss, you're never getting that promotion. And also, can I just say, in jobs now, You don't get the job through working hard. If you work hard, become the best person in your team and do the best job, you end up getting stuck in your job. They don't move you out of it. They're like, oh, you're so good at this job. We can't possibly move you or promote you into a different place. We need you. And it's like, but I want to get promoted because I work really hard. But that's not how it works. You have to be besties with the bosses. You have to go to all the right events. You have to talk to people the right way. Thank you so much for sharing my post, Sweet Wild Thing. I really appreciate that. I find eye contact extremely uncomfortable, says Kiraga. I feel like I'm always putting on a performance. Yes, to make sure I'm appropriately hyped / serious / caring. Exactly. It's different. Do you guys find yourself masking even when you're around other autistic people? Because I think I do until I know them very, very well. A lot of people will meet me, the neurotypical people will meet me and be like, oh, she's so bubbly, she's so fun. And then I run out of my script. Then I run out of my, hey, I just met you script, where I have all my set questions I ask, the set phrases that I say, and I run out of things to say and I shut down. And I run out of energy and I run out of spoons and I just freeze. And then they're like, why are you so quiet? Well, what happened to her? Why does she look so angry all the time? Why does she look so miserable? She's not very fun. She lied to us about who she was. She's not actually this bubbly person. Tamara, welcome in, guys. Go follow Tamara, please. She's gorgeous, calculating how many work events I cannot go to without being considered rude, and then I have to go to one. So the job I have currently is a remote job, but there is one event a year and it's always at the opposite end of the country, which is the most anxiety-inducing thing, because that's A, planning a really long journey, B, traveling somewhere you don't know, C, going to a work event in person, D, being around other people for work all day, every day for 2 days. A, B, C, D. E is the next one. Is being in a strange hotel, so you don't know the bed, you don't know the room, having nowhere to run away to get away from people other than just out of the building or the toilets. And yeah, it's the most and that's just one event that we do a year, and it's so exhausting, and I can't eat during that time. I get so anxious before, I get so stressed out about the journey, I get so stressed out about the event. Like, luckily my work would give me the itinerary very, very often of the event, but usually sometimes that's worse because I then stress out when things run over, which they usually do, and then I'm like, shit, this is meant to be starting at this time, that means that this is going to be later, what happens about that thing later, everything's pushed along, when do I, and in my head I'm like, the time that I thought this would be finished, that I could go back to my bed and hide, is getting pushed back, and I hadn't prepared myself to finish at 11 p.m. instead of 9 p.m. Do you know what I mean? It's, you have to prepare, and I have to carefully siphon my energy. I have to ration it across that time so that I don't run out of it early, but I usually do anyway. Dizen, welcome in, Diz! I stopped masking at work after my mentee B. Oh, I love that everyone's calling them mentee B at the moment. Since then, I'm now kept out of any meetings with the higher ups. I get advised to stay at home on days they're in the office. I'm never getting promoted. Now, do they know that you're autistic? Is that why? Are they trying to do it as a accommodation for you, or is it like a punishment type thing? Elixir says, I tend to get told to shut up and stop talking about my obsessions, and at that point I have no idea what else to talk to people about. Oh yeah, 9 minutes till start. Do you want to run those ads? Okay. Yeah, I'm going to run the ads now, friends, just so that they're done before the official start of the stream slot. But we'll carry on chatting about it during the ads. But I am going to start ads just to get them out of the way. I really appreciate anyone who sits through the ads. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We just get them out of the way now. So we'll be 3 minutes of ads, and they'll be back in an hour. So I do apologize. I can't switch off ads. They are there, whether we want them or not. So hopefully just enjoy 3 minutes of buy our shit. And I will see you in 3 minutes. They normally don't start exactly the minute I press the button either. Welcome in, Jester. Lovely to have you here. Thank you for being here. It's really nice to meet you too. I'm going to continue catching up with chat while we're in the ad break. Fancy says, I am on a hotel bed right now. Comfort does not exist. Oh no. Are you staying at one of the Disney hotels? At one of the Disney, like, accommodations while you're there in Florida? Elixir, I just wanted to say, yeah, about getting told to shut up and stop talking about your obsessions. That's the thing, right? With with autistic people, often it feels like small talk just feels so shallow, so fake, so genuine. Disingenuine? Is that the word? It feels pointless. It feels like a waste of time, right? Like, you're literally just wasting breath. You're just wasting time. It's a thing that neurotypical people have invented to make it seem like they give a shit about other people, or I don't know, it gives you something to say to other. Disingenuous is probably the one, yeah-ish. And it's just pointless. And then I would much rather be talking about deep subjects. I would rather be talking about the things I love, my obsessions, my special interests, but also I enjoy having deep conversations, like a lot of the conversations we're going to be having today about autism and about our experiences. I want to talk about things that will enrich my mind and my life and others, and learn about things and share things and share those experiences. I don't give a well, I do give a shit if it's hot outside because I'm extremely temperature sensitive. But that's a different reason why I obsess over the weather. I obsess over the weather because when it's really hot, I get overwhelmed and I melt down. Do you want to know when I had... Guys, I'd love to know when you... If anyone here is autistic, I'd love to know when your last meltdown was and what it was over. For me, it was 2 hours ago. Because it was too hot. I went and sat outside in the sunshine because the sun is shining. Therefore, my brain says, well, you need to go out and you need to get some vitamin D because it's good for you. So I went and sat outside for as long as I could bear. And then the heat overwhelmed me and I was too hot and I was very, very uncomfortable. And I had to come back in. I had to... I don't mean to sound crude, but I had to take all my clothes off and lie down because I could feel it starting, right? I didn't get quite to the point where I was hyperventilating. So yeah, meltdown, or internal or external meltdown, asked Diz. So you can have both. Like, you can have a meltdown or you can have a shutdown, which is another phrase that people describe. Like, the meltdown for me is where I'm having crazy anxiety and I'm hyperventilating, I'm too hot, I'm anxious, I'm panicking. And when I get really, really hot, when it's too warm, that's what happens to me, and I get very, very sick and I have to go to the bathroom and I feel like I'm going to throw up and I feel uncomfortable and everything goes dizzy. So yeah, so 2 hours ago was my last meltdown and I just lay on the floor right here just having to try and get myself back into a position where I could function again. And because I didn't go fully... I didn't have a full panic attack, which is good. But my last meltdown before that was yesterday for a very similar reason. But it was quite bad yesterday. And the only way I can kind of get myself out of the really bad meltdowns is to go to sleep. For me, that's my reset. And I go to sleep. But when I wake up, all of my muscles feel like they weigh 100 tons. And I kind of can't move for a while. Yeah, so today I was able to kind of nip that in the bud. I noticed it starting when I was outside in the sunshine, so I came in and I was just about able to bring it down to a manageable level before the stream because I was really anxious about the stream and like, oh my god, am I still going to be feeling sick? But I feel a bit better now. Anyway, all that to say... Welcome back from the ads, everybody. Thank you for sitting through them. We're going to be starting the raid train slot officially in 2 minutes, so I'll probably have to start opening a game up soon, and we can continue to chat about autism while I kill Tomberries. Yeah, Cosmic says, Cosmic uses loop earplugs. Now, does anyone else use loop earplugs? They're meant to be very good for auditory processing issues and auditory overwhelm. I get that really badly when I've worked in offices in the past, like open plan offices. That's been really difficult for me. Takeshi says, my problem when talking with multiple people online is not knowing what to talk about. The thing okay, maybe people can relate. All my friends are in my computer. If the thing I like about socializing online is you can step away when you need to, and also you can read the words that someone said and you can take a minute to absorb those words and translate them and understand what it is that they're saying and formulate a response to it as well, to understand, you know, this is, hold on, I've just been pinged somewhere. Oh no, we're okay. It gives you a chance to process that information and come up with the response you want to give. But if it's in person, you don't have that time. You need to think up a response now. And that's where I often get misinterpreted, misunderstood. I've been told that I can be very blunt. I've been told that I've been belittling to people before. That's been a problem. And I'm like, I literally, I would never want anyone to feel that way. I promise you, I am not trying to belittle anyone. Like, I'm just saying things how they are. And I'm really, really, really sorry that that upset you. That wasn't my intention, you know. It's very difficult. I try to avoid in-person socializing wherever possible. It's nice to surround myself with friends who know me and know that I'm autistic and know that that's not the kind of person I am, and that might be a bit more understanding and accepting of my bluntness. Kira says, all of that, I'd be gluing myself to someone I knew, and if I didn't have anyone, I'd just be very quiet. That's it. That's so true. I'm trying to catch up on chat. I'm very, very sorry. It's 5 o'clock! The raid train slot has officially started! Right, while I catch up on chat, let's get Final Fantasy VIII open int background. Welcome to the Autism Acceptance Raid Train event run by the Dragon Clan stream team, a really wonderful stream team with a focus on neurodivergence and accepting neurodivergence and promoting neurodivergence and celebrating neurodivergence. I'm opening Final Fantasy VIII in the background. Now, I'm going to be playing 8 today because Squall, in my mind, is very autistic coded as a character, and I really like that, and I find him very relatable. I will be killing Tomberries today. We're trying to spawn the Tomberry King, so while I'm fighting Tomberries, we can continue to chat about autism and our experiences with autism, if we have it, or friends and family who have it, perhaps. Right, let me just scroll through chat very quickly to catch up with where we are. Ty says, I work with a lot of people who need very specific and highly technical knowledge and need to be quite obsessive about their individual specialist area. I never like to assume things, but I'm pretty sure we have a higher than average number of neurodivergent staff. That's very true. Certain industries definitely attract more neurodivergent people, more autistic people. Autistic people tend to really enjoy things that have rules set out, so you know exactly what you're getting. I read something the other day on Insta that was like, a lot of autistic people gravitate towards cults, not cults, that's not the word, cultures, like, because, like, alt fashion, for example, because they're like, right, black eyeliner, buckles, or goth or something, because there's, not cults, I'm sorry, that's not the word I wanted, sorry. Because there's set rules, and autistic people really like knowing exactly what is required of them, even when it comes down to things like that. When it comes down to fashion. That said, fashion is also a really great way to express yourself, and I know lots of autistic people who like to wear really bright colours, really great mixtures of textures that feel great, that they love, and, you know, that can also be very difficult in a neurotypical world, because, sorry, I just need to hide a few bits and sort. I've forgotten to set up a couple of things. There we go. It can be really hard to navigate that in a neurotypical world, because people will look at you funny, people will treat you weirdly because you're not dressed like everybody else. So it does feel, autistic people very often have to hide their colourful personalities and their interests because it's seen as weird. It's not seen as typically okay to dress that way, you know? I'm really sorry if I've missed anyone's messages, by the way. Ari, welcome in! I've good to see you. Thanks for being here, guys. Go check out Ari.raw. Can I have a shout out for Ari, please? Ari is a, oh shit, I didn't heal. Is a member, is the leader of the Dragon Clan stream team. Oh my gosh, I'm really bad at multitasking. Oh, I didn't use the right skill. Where's Demi? Oh, this person doesn't have Demi. Okay, we'll get the girlfriend out. We'll cactuar it. Please go follow Ari, a wonderful, talented cosplayer, streamer, stream leader, incredible person. Please, please, please go follow Ari if you haven't done so. If you don't follow Ari or anyone else in this chat who's streaming, who is a streamer, I will come to your house and I was about to say spank you, but hey, some people might like that, who knows. Official diagnosis isn't always accessible for everyone, so I definitely recommend exploring and researching more for yourself a lot. If this resonates, says Cosmic. Yes, so even if, how do I join the autism cult, says this? Even if diagnoses are accessible in your country, very often there is a very, very long wait just for the assessment. It's hard work. Hey Mike, welcome in. Hey Ruby, good to see you. I want to get Diablos out because we are killing Tomberries. We want to... no, we don't want to use that. We want to, oh, do we? Do we? No, we don't. Let's get Leviathan out. He's cool. And you can get your girlfriend out as well. We'll get Cactuar out again. I'm really sorry. I'm trying to keep up with chat, but I'm doing a terrible, terrible job of it. So if I miss anything you say, please pop it in chat again for me. A coffee cup, welcome in! Reasoning is hard enough to apply to life as it is. Why make it harder by infusing a lot of guesswork into this or that situation? So true. There are so many neurotypical ways of being that is incredibly vague. And it's hard to understand what it is the person wants. Often people will say the opposite thing. Like, they want you to say something to them specifically. Like, they'll be... This is a really, really cliche example. But someone might say... I don't know, does my bum look big in this? And if their bum looks big in it, you might say yes. But what they want you to say is no, you look fantastic in that. This is a very cliche answer because I think every autistic person has learnt that phrase specifically. You don't ever say yes to that. Or like if someone, Raven, welcome in. Thank you so much for complimenting my cosplay. I really appreciate that. I'm sorry I missed your message. Mia's making a tea. Okay, everyone behave, please. Yes. What else have I missed? Ty says, I've heard people say things like, that's how I am is not an excuse to be rude. Totally missing that it's not a choice. Whatever was said wasn't considered rude by the person who said it, if that makes sense. Yep. Miss Majors, good to see you. Yes, so... That's the thing, as an autistic person, you are expected to adapt to the people around you. So if you say something that upsets someone, I'm going to use an example from my work. I manage a particular system and my colleague did something that broke the system that meant I had to spend a long time fixing it. And so after I'd done it, I wrote an email that I personally put a lot of time and effort into. I rewrote it and I rewrote it because I was like, I do not want to be misinterpreted. I know that people get upset, you know, when they've done something wrong. I don't want to embarrass this person. I just need to let them know that what they did broke the system and let's retrain on this so that it doesn't happen again. And I'm not kidding. I spent ages writing, rewriting, and well, I got the message later that week that I had made the person feel humiliated and belittled, and I was rude, and I was like talking to them like a school teacher, and that really upset me because I was like, oh shit, I killed a Tomberry. Right, I've now killed 7 Tomberries. I need to kill 20. And you know what the outcome of that was? It wasn't, hey, I spent ages trying to say that in a way that wouldn't be hurtful. I tried so hard to write this in a kind way, to write this in a way that would let the person know, here's what went wrong, here's what you can do better. Let's book in a session and we'll do it better next time so this doesn't happen again. I tried so hard. No. The outcome was you need to stop being that way And just, if you have any problem with your colleagues, just talk to your boss first. And I was like, I didn't have a problem with them. I just was letting them know that they did it wrong and asking if they wanted to have a refresher. I'm not trying to belittle anyone. That's the last thing I want anyone to feel. I just... Do you know what I mean? Like, I was upset that I had to do a lot of hours of work to fix the thing. Yes, and that's why I rewrote the email so many times, because I didn't want my response to be emotional, you know? But no, like you said, did you get an apology for the fact you had to redo a shitload of work? No, I didn't, Mike, because the whole focus of the conversation became that person was humiliated and belittled by me, not what had actually happened. For me, in my head, all I can think of is we just need to train this person again so this doesn't happen. But the focus instead became, Mel, you're rude. And I'm like, I don't know what else to do. I said this. I was like, I don't know how to censor myself any further than this, because I spent probably 30, 40 minutes just rewriting that email to try and make it sound better. I don't know what else I could have done to make it... I don't know, without writing at the beginning, like, hey, I hope your family's doing fantastic. Hey, you did a great job on that thing the other day. You're really doing a fantastic job. Wow, love everything that you do. Anyway, you broke this system. But yeah, what you did is great. Don't worry about it. I only spent 8 hours fixing it, but it's fine. Everything's... You know, what's the point? Is that what I should have dun? Welcome in, Berlinator! I'm sorry, I've missed a lot of chat. Ari says, I noticed I thrive in management and corporate areas because I'm very politely blunt. And to the point now, I used to have issues with being too direct, and I've been figuring it out. I just wish everyone would be direct, though, because then everyone knows where we stand. Everyone knows exactly what you're asking. There's nothing vague about it. Thank you for the hydrate. If everyone would just be direct, that would save an awful lot of misunderstanding. There would be a lot of movies that would never happen as well if everyone was just direct with each other. That'd be a lot of movie plots. If everyone in movies was autistic, you would get to the logical resolution of the problem right at the start of the movie, and there would be no drama. So maybe, look, this is why it's great that we have a mixture of different people and different ways of thinking. Because that's the color and variety of life, you know? Dear says, genuinely people have called me out for being honest to my wife in changing rooms. Is this one better? No, that one makes you look frumpy. The color's awful. The worker called it out. Jog on. My wife knows and appreciates my honesty. We've lasted 19 years next month. How many people... So, interesting. A lot of people who are autistic have trouble with romantic relationships and dating, because often... You know, there's loads of different ways to approach it. There's about being direct. A lot of people who are autistic can be misinterpreted as flirting, because you might be stimming by, I don't know, touching your hair like this, and that can come across as flirting. Or like, you know, playing with my necklace. Hi, kitty. And then I had this conversation on social media the other day. Physical touch is a huge thing for autistic people. And that doesn't necessarily mean all autistic people hate physical touch. When I posted this thing, I just said, look, for me, physical touch is quite difficult. And that's caused me a lot of problems with friendships, relationships, and all sorts of things in the past. And what I found really interesting was the number of people who also came back to that saying, hey, I'm the opposite, actually. When I love someone and I'm comfortable with them, I want to give them so much physical touch. I want to hug them. I want to hold them close. I want to hold them tight. And that's too much for people. If there's one thing autistic people are, we are all or we are nothing. We're very black and white in a lot of ways. And that can also cause a lot of problems in romantic relationships. And to be in a successful relationship, it kind of, the way we boiled it down in these comments and these discussions was, as long as you're with a partner who is understanding and you're both open to communication, as long as you are both communicating and comfortable to tell each other how you feel about things, what your boundaries are, that is going to give you a healthy relationship. A lot of people said, hey, date someone else who's autistic. That's not always the answer, because like I said, some autistic people want loads of touch and some people want no touch, you know? It's really hard to navigate. Like I said, right at the beginning, if you've met one autistic person, yeah, you have met one autistic person. That person, not everyone is like that. So, you know, they might say, hey, your friend goes, hey, I've got this autistic friend you should date because you're both autistic. So it'll be great. And you meet and it turns out that you are completely different people. One of you loves touch. One of you hates touch. One of you has a real obsession with, the special interest is Final Fantasy. Someone else says, oh, their special interest is Legend of Zelda. I don't know, whatever it is. You need to find that balance. Just as you can't just date another autistic person because they're autistic. That's not how it works. What else have I missed? I'm really sorry. I might actually, would people be okay with putting, mods, would you be okay with putting the chat into slow mode? Because I'm having a hard time keeping up. I would really appreciate that. What have I missed? Let me just catch up very quickly. Right. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. I'm going to go through this very quickly. Gosh, I've missed so much. I'm sorry, everyone. Diz says, so with regards to the thing I had about the work where I had to fix something, no one pointed out that if they hadn't done it, if they hadn't fucked up, you wouldn't have had to send the email. No, the focus became the way that I'd spoken to that person, the way that they'd interpreted the way that I'd spoken in an email. Yeah, so Aries, that's right. Do you know what? In my job, we call it the shit sandwich. So 2 good things and 1 critique in between the 2 works every time. That's it, exactly. The shit sandwich. So nice thing, shit, nice thing. And that's how you kind of disguise when you're trying to say something bad to somebody. Elixir says, I've had so many issues like that at work. Nowadays, I just say things extremely bluntly, and I'm known as the company asshole, but also the guy who gets things done or fixed. That's great, because it's like, you're great at your job, but because of the way that autistic people are so to the point, it means people see you as rude, or they think that you're an asshole, or they think you're a weirdo, and you don't get that promotion, and you don't, because you're not besties with everyone, you know? And I hate that. Like, I start out in a job masking very heavily, and everyone likes me in the beginning, and then I burn out. And then the real me comes out, and then they're like, oh, you're kind of a bitch. And I'm like, I'm not, I'm just direct. Mike says, I can't imagine you being like that ever, nor how they could misread you like that. I'm sorry it happened, Mel. Really shitty. Sounds like you work with them. No, says Raven. No, look, there's just people who just don't understand. And again, like I said, this is how it is in the corporate world. It's very difficult to express yourself as an autistic person. There is a lot of pressure to be a certain way. And I have never felt comfortable in any job to unmask myself as an autistic person, as in to literally unmask and be me, because the moment you start being you, people get upset. Ty says, it took me many years to learn how to operate in a neurotypical society. It takes so much energy on work though, and I still miss out on a lot of social cues. Yeah, exactly. There's so many things that you are just expected to pick up on, which you don't naturally do as a autistic person. You have to learn that stuff, which is really like study conversation. It's very weird. Mia says, I think it's one of my favorite things about you, Mel. Oh, you say what you want to say. We have our conversation. We go about our lives. I love it. Yeah, like I will never tell you a lie because I literally can't lie. Is anyone else the same? I literally cannot lie. I find it... Ooh, my voice went there. I find it... Yeah, I don't enjoy deceit. I don't like being lied to. And also, if I were to try and lie, I would go bright red in the face. I wouldn't be able to, I'd be stumbling over my words. I do that anyway. It would not be a comfortable experience for anybody. Cosmic Heart says, me when I worked at GameStop, I got excited about video games, but guys thought I was flirting. That's a huge thing, yeah. House says, I've been lurking while I do housework, but to whoever said they've been in trouble with being honest to their significant other, I don't understand why neurotypicals get so pissy about that. Like, please tell me this outfit looks ugly. I don't want to wear something hideous. House, you are so spot on. I'm exactly the same. I 100% agree with you on that. Like, if I'm asking my partner to give his opinion on an outfit, I'm not saying, tell me I look good. I'm saying, what do I need to change? Is this actually okay? Are people going to think I'm weird? Are the colors, do they go? Like, maybe there's quite a lot of, maybe, you know what, I've just said this, I've just had a massive talk about how neurotypical don't say what they want, but I've kind of just given an example of that myself, where, of the opposite, where I have then said, how does this outfit look? But I want that, no, when I ask that, I genuinely want to know, how does this outfit look? That's what it is, I want to know. Just don't just tell me it's good, I want to know. No, we didn't hug, Ruby. We didn't hug, no. Mike says, I swing between the two with regards to touch. If I'm overstimulated, I hate being touched. If I'm recovering or stable, give me all the hugs. So, like, I had this conversation with Kiraga about hugging. Like, if I'm hugging someone, I want a really tight hug. I don't want one of those grazing, pathetic hugs. They make me feel uncomfortable and icky. And also, I will not hug you until I feel comfortable enough that I know you, that I feel safe to hug you. Empirical Woodland says, you know my views on touch, as I replied to you on Blue Sky on this topic. Communication, communication, communication. Exactly. As long as you communicate your boundaries, what you're comfortable with, the level of touch that you're comfortable with, that is, you can't go wrong. We need you to sing This Is My No-No Square, says Ruby. The whole of me is my no-no square. Distance says, I'm lucky. I've been honest since day one. We tell each other everything, no secrets. If the other one's wrong, call it out. If you are wrong, own it. That's exactly how it should be. Is your partner neurodivergent, Diz? Or are you both, are they neurotypical? Tamara says, it takes a while to accept physical contact from someone, but once I'm comfortable, I'm very tactile, and it sometimes, often, comes across as flirting. So people I know just... Wait, to people... Hold on. Often comes across as flirting to people, so I now just don't. Yeah. I get that. Like, just... It's maybe safer to avoid physical contact of any kind unless it's with someone that you know isn't going to misunderstand you or misinterpret you or make you feel bad about it. Yeah. I think a lot... My main method of dealing with stuff is avoidance, which is not healthy, but I feel uncomfortable in social situations, so I avoid them. I feel uncomfortable at work events, so I avoid them. I am uncomfortable talking with customers, so I avoid them. It's not a great way to be because it can be quite lonely at times, but like, as long as you are comfortable with, you need to be with people you're comfortable with. Like here, I really like being here and streaming because I can talk about stuff that I'm passionate about, and you guys are passionate about it too. We can have a really great conversation, not just about games, but about autism, neurodivergence, sexuality, gender identity, so many different things that I really enjoy talking about, because I think they're really important. Mad Cupid, welcome in, guys. Everyone say hi to Mad Cupid. I know I'm a million years behind on chat, but Mad Cupid's one of the organizers of this whole Raid Train event, so please go follow Mad Cupid and give them lots of love. Matt Cupid said, my son with autism is very touchy and loves hugging. My cousin's son with autism hates hugs. Well, that's it, exactly. Like, no two autistic people are identical. Autism can present very differently in girls, to how it does in guys. And also, interestingly, girls are a lot better at masking. Not better, I don't know if that's quite the word, but we mask a lot more than guys do. Which means a lot of girls don't get that diagnosis. And they're like, oh, no, but you've always been so friendly and bubbly, and you do this and you do that. And it's like, yeah, because everything I do is an act. Everything up until this point has been an act. I've been pretending to be normal. In order to fit in so that you wouldn't hate me. You two are gamers, you'll get along great, says Ark. Mum, I play JRPGs, they play Fortnite. Well, I don't know if that's necessarily an autism thing, but it's a very good kind of comparison to people saying, yeah, you're autistic, they're autistic, you'll be besties. Like, they're very, very different things. Sylvie says, my special interest of the day is listening to Mel try to catch up. Fuck, I need to hurry up. Wait, 30 seconds? I think that 30 seconds is maybe too much. I don't know. Well, we're already like at a million years later. Hold on, I'm catching up. Matt Cupid says, I want to stop by and say, hey, I have your tab up at home at my parents' house. My dad's birthday. I hope your dad has a great birthday. If you're still here, if you can still hear me. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Welcome in. My name is Mel Zelia, but you can call me Mel for short. My pronouns are she, her. It's lovely to have you here. Ari says, I mask at work and on stream. When I started unmasking around my significant other, he would ask me what was wrong. And I told him that's how my face is when I unmask. I look grumpy, but I'm not. This is so true. I have serious resting bitch face. I'm getting my 11 wrinkles here because I'm like, that's my resting face. Relate to that. I'll never forget someone who came up to me in an old job, right? We had a really good conversation about video games. It was one of our first conversations. They'd been at the company for a few weeks. But at the end of the conversation, they were like, that was a great conversation. I had a really nice time chatting. I thought you were a bitch before we started talking. And I was like, that's a bit forward to say, a bit rude. Like, and he said, yeah, you just look really bitchy. And I'm like, okay, well, look, I'm not ready for you to say that to me now. I don't know you well enough. That's quite a shitty thing to say to somebody, but also good to know that people just think I'm a bitch. He's learning that it's okay when I'm unmasking, says Ari. Exactly. Unmasking isn't a thing against other people. It's literally just something you need to decompress. Mike says, I can't hide anything on my face, so I'm just blunt. Kiraka says, I was in dungeons, I couldn't properly type things, but I've been listening to a conversation. I'm personally extremely upset for you, Mel. I can't believe after all the effort you put in to make them comfortable, they treat you like that. So annoying. I think it's really tough to be direct with neurotypicals because they assume you're insulting them. Even, like, I didn't say anything about this person's intelligence or anything like that. Like, there was nothing, but because, you know, a lot of times people will project their own insecurities and interpret things the way that they want to interpret it as well. They'll read things into something that you never intended. And I get it. There's a whole, like, you know, it's not about the intent, it's about the way the person perceived what you have written. But that is why we autistic people have to work so hard to mask ourselves and our behaviors and everything about ourselves, because other people perceive the way that we are as insulting. And that's not what we mean. It's not the kind of people we are. Sylvie says, I'm oblivious to flirting, and by that I mean I'm oblivious to me flirting or others flirting with me. Yeah, I never actively flirt with people. If I like someone, actually, I'm kind of mean to people if I like them. And I tend not to even talk to the person that I really like. I don't know how to talk to them without stumbling over my words. I don't actively flirt. I literally can't. Yeah, Ruby says, I show affection by gently bullying friends. Yeah, I'm the same with my best friends as well. Kiraga says, I understand how you feel about meltdowns. I get them over noise a lot. My meltdowns tend to be like a full-blown panic attack or just completely shut down and can't speak. The first thing I asked you was, can I hug you? And I said the same thing. When Kiraga and I met for the first time last weekend, we both said, can I hug you? And I think that's really important, even if you're neurotypical, to make sure the other person is comfortable with that level of touch. Right. Right. I am going to have to... Welcome in, Josh! I appreciate it's 10 years since you said that. Guys, I'm going to have to scroll through chat because I cannot keep up with everybody. I'm so sorry. Twilight Autumn, it's so lovely to have you here. Thanks for coming in. Welcome. It's lovely to have you here. Cognition is very high dimensional. There are many axes along which it can vary, even among autistic folks, says Coffee Cup with a nervous. That's a really interesting way of wording it as well. Cosmic says, I don't like being touched by anyone except my partner or very specific close loved ones, but they could also be trauma related. Yeah. Isn't PTSD considered under the neurodivergent umbrella? Because it literally changes the way your brain works. Enjoy your brunch, Fancy! Tyre says, I'm neurotypical. I'm also a union rep in work, so I try to read up and understand as much as I can about the issues that my members might be facing. And then hearing the absolute crap that some managers come out with is just appalling. You touched on it earlier, I think. Had a manager tell someone they couldn't be autistic because the manager's brother was autistic and didn't behave in the same way. Yep, that's it. And also you get a lot of people who will be like, oh, you're autistic? You must be exactly like this, my friend's nephew's son who has autism, who... I don't know, chooses to hit himself in the head when he's overwhelmed. Yeah, you must, but you don't do that, so you can't be autistic. And it's like, yeah, everyone is different. Autism is a spectrum. And that the spectrum doesn't mean a little bit autistic, a lot autistic. It means I'm this level of autistic with these colors. These are all the things that I struggle with. These are all my issues, and this is what overwhelms me. And then this person has got different colors, a different spectrum with different colors. Like, that's something that I think is really important to note. And a lot of neurotypical people will say, oh, I'm a little bit autistic too sometimes. No, you're not. You're autistic or you're not autistic. Someone described it on Instagram as, think about it like headaches, right? A neurotypical person will get a headache because they didn't drink enough water today. They didn't eat enough food today. You know what's caused it. You know how to treat it. You can stop it from happening again. An autistic person gets a migraine for no reason whatsoever, for literally no reason. And it lasts all day. And it doesn't, there's nothing triggered it. It's just there. And it's all the time. And it's overwhelming. That is the difference. You cannot be a little bit autistic. It is everything all the time. And that's, sorry, I got really passionate about that. I didn't mean to sound angry, but it does make me a little bit angry because, you know, it's a similar thing. People be like, oh, I'm so OCD. Everything has to be tidy. And it's like, OCD, do you have a panic attack when you're away from home because you didn't check that you'd locked the door 10 times, you only checked 9 times, you know? Or, and this is something I used to have that I've managed to, I still have it sometimes if I'm feeling anxious, but did I walk across that room? Did I put enough pressure on my left foot to balance out the pressure I put on my right foot? And sometimes I would do that and I would walk and I'd be like, oh, I didn't put enough pressure on my left foot. So I would then stomp a bit more on my left foot. And it's like, no. And it becomes debilitating. And you can't enjoy things because you're thinking about how many times did your fingers touch or things like that. And it's like, no, I can't even think about the task I'm supposed to be doing because I'm worried that I put more pressure on my left foot than my right foot. Like that is what OCD is like. And it's debilitating. Mike's got to head out. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate you. Before I go, the people who assumed you were a bitch are missing out on knowing a great person. It's their loss, not a thing on you. Oh, never been a thought that crossed my mind once. Have a great stream, Mel. Proud of you. Mike's definitely not here anymore, but thank you for saying that. That's so kind of you, Mike. I really appreciate you. Doctors have also said every autistic person is also traumatized in some way because of the neurotypical run society we live in. That's very true. The world is made for neurotypical people and it is designed to cater for neurotypical people. Neurotypical people will be successful in this world because they can just go through it without any without having to alter their very fundamental being just to get by. Who's got Demi? She's got Demi. Selen, welcome in! Guys, go follow Selen. They're so cool. They're so beautiful. A wonderful, wonderful, cozy streamer. Also autistic. And I did not even know that you were autistic until your stream the other day. And it was so incredibly relatable. And I really enjoyed the conversations that were had in your stream. Thanks for stopping by. Ark says, I forced myself out of some OCD tendencies. The main one was if I touched something on one side of my body, like my left, I had to do exactly the same to my right. Then I had to do it right, left, then right. I absolutely get that. That was me with walking. With slow mode, does that mean that people can't talk for 30 seconds? Because I think we can probably push it up to like 3 or 5 seconds now. Is that okay? Mod friends. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the head pats. Coffee Cup says without any tutorial on the unwritten rules. That's also it, yeah. So another thing I watched, again, this may be absolute bullshit because I saw it on Instagram, but this guy showed a diagram of neural paths in brains, and he showed the neurotypical brain, and he showed the I'm gonna do this in Paint because it's hard to explain without showing it. So he had the neural pathways. This is neurotypical. No, hold on. I've done it wrong straight away. This is neurotypical. And these, every branch you see coming off that is a synapse, okay? This is an autistic brain. These are the neural links in an autistic brain. What do you notice that's different about the autistic brain? Each branch is a synapse, okay? The autistic brain has a lot more synapses than the neurotypical brain. Again, this may be absolute bullshit because it's what I saw on Instagram, but I found it very interesting. It may be true, maybe not. I haven't fact checked it. Fact check me if you can. Okay, what happens when you're a baby? You are born with a brain that looks something like this, with more synapses even. And as you, I can't remember the age range. I think it's within the first year, possibly. The brain goes through what is known as synapse pruning, where basically it erases a whole bunch of pathways. I think it's like 80% of all these synapses. So you end up with a very streamlined neural pathway like this. Autistic brains they go through the pruning, they only remove about 5% of all these extra synapses. What that means in physical terms is we have a lot more information being processed in our brains than a neurotypical person does. So if it's really hot, let's say you're outside right now, it's a sunny day, neurotypical person's like, I'm outside, it's nice and warm, I'm having a great time. Autistic person is like, I'm outside, it's really hot, I can feel sweaty, my clothes feel uncomfortable on me, I'm really thirsty, I can hear lawnmowers going, I can hear cars driving past, I can hear, you know, I can smell so many different flowers and trees, and the sun is too bright. And autistic brains are processing so much more information at once because our brains are literally we still have all these receptors to information. We are processing so much information. This is just one reason why autistic people, you can understand, we're so exhausted. It is so exhausting to be autistic in this world, even if you're not around other people. Like my example there was literally being outside on your own. When you're with other people, you've got all that going on. Plus, am I talking in a nice enough way? Am I doing enough eye contact? Am I don't know, am I standing weirdly? Oh shit, how do I stand? I've forgotten how to stand normally again. Am I saying the right thing? Am I doing the right facial expression? Do I seem like I care enough? Oh, okay, how do I answer that without being really blunt? All of that is going on in the autistic brain. So you can kind of understand why an autistic person is going to get overwhelmed if there's a lot of noise, it's a high temperature, or it's really cold, or it's really loud, or there's a lot of people. It is physically in our brains designed to be that way. I'd like to think of it as a superpower that we are able to process so much more information, but it's not necessarily, it can be very disabling, it can be very debilitating. Hold on, what did Kiraga say there? Yeah, Kiraga hates the glasses feeling. Suddenly the bridge of my nose aches and my cheeks hurt because I'm now aware of them. Yes, you become so aware of things around you. Yeah, I think 5 seconds is good now, I think. Empirical Woodland says slow mode restricts messages for non-mods and okay, to one message. Yeah, 30 seconds was definitely too much. I think 5 seconds is good now. There's a lot more branches, says Josh. Yeah, if that's the case, am I right in saying it feels like there's overload a lot of the time? Exactly what I was saying. That is why you feel so overloaded, because there is just too much information being funneled through your brain at once. Mia says, I feel like my thoughts are having thoughts sometime. Yes, exactly. And you go off on tangents, and it's no wonder autistic people suffer with anxiety with all that going on all the time. Kiraga says, why does this car sound like 100 trains? Why can I feel my entire body consciously? I need what? Exactly. Exactly. I've read that a lot of autistic people are very aware of what's going on in their digestive system, and that you can literally, autistic people feel the food going around, they feel the body doing things internally. That's not normal, apparently. I learned recently. Neurotypicals do not think about what their digestive system is doing at any second of the day, apparently. That's not normal. Mia says, I've had a difficult week. My neighbour's been running his barbecue pretty much every day for 6 hours, which means I can smell it constantly. Closing the window would throw everything off. Oh, that is rough. Hi, Jess. It's so good to see you. Welcome in, Jess. Yeah, Nietzsche says that's why I say it's not a disability. It is a different ability. Everyone has our own way to process things. That's what makes us unique. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't say it's not. People shouldn't call it a disability. However, the overwhelm at times can disable you at times because it's too much. Empirical Woodland says, I work in an open plan office. I can hear every conversation going on at all times. People wonder why I miss things being said. Right, because it's working in like an open plan office or being in a busy place. It's like you've got 100 different radio channels all playing at once, but you're supposed to be listening to that radio channel, but all of the radio channels are the same volume and they're all happening at the same time. How can you focus on that one when there's so many others going on at the same time? And I experience that really badly. I really, really struggle. If I'm in a busy place and someone's talking to me, I'm constantly having to say, sorry, can you say that again? Sorry. And I have got okay hearing. It's the processing of the sounds that is hard for me. I say okay hearing. I do have slightly worse hearing in one ear, but that's not the point. I had this problem before then. Kiraga says, I feel like a PC that has poor CPU and overheating, so I just shut the system down. Yeah, do you find... Thank you for the hydrate, Mia. Yeah, I have the same thing with the shutdown. So, like, I only recently learned about the difference between meltdown and shutdown. So my autism diagnosis was February last year, so I have been learning a lot about autism, about myself. I'm still learning about myself. I still don't really know what accommodations I need because I don't quite understand what aspects of my personality are autism or which ones are ADHD, because I have both. So, you know, if you go into a workplace and they say, what kind of accommodations do you need? I'm still not quite there with knowing what I need to ask for because I don't entirely know that myself. I have pretended to be, not pretended, but I have masked my personality my whole life. At this point, it's quite hard to know who I am anymore. I've got my interests and I've got my passion, and I'm really grateful because streaming has really helped me to kind of reclaim myself a little bit. I've been able to enjoy the things that I love without fear and without giving a shit what others think, because I don't know, I think there's a lot of autistic streamers because you're able to talk about the things you love, and it's very different talking about it to everyone who's in chat versus a room of like 100 people all talking at once. You know, loads of noise, loads of things happening, and seeing people's facial expressions and worrying, am I doing the right facial expression? Oh, I need to read what they look angry. Maybe I should XYZ. It's a lot more comfortable streaming because I feel like I can be myself. And I try to be myself as much as possible around people I trust. That's the thing, is I'm still not able to just be me around people that I don't know, because people make opinions, they make first impressions, and that's, you know, like I said earlier, that person who came up to me and said, I thought you were a bitch when we first met. And it's like, but we hadn't had any conversations or got to know each other. You just presumed that because I have a very stern resting face. Or maybe it's not a stern resting face. Maybe it's because I'm sitting there trying not to think about the bright lights and all the noises and all the people around us and the 10 different customer service tickets that I'm trying to get out. You know, it's very, yeah, no wonder my face is like that. Kiraga says, my dad-in-law has the TV up extremely loud. I don't blame him, he's not got good hearing, but when I go downstairs I feel so overwhelmed. I wouldn't be able to go in the room. My dad always has the TV very loud as well, Kiraga. Jess says, there are all kinds of brain shapes. There are definitely people who need more support than others, and recognizing that is important, as is recognizing that some people don't need that extra support and get on without others butting in or infantilizing. That's very true as well. I saw a thread today about, it was on Threads. Oh no, I can't click on anything in my game. There we go. It was on Threads, and people were saying, have you guys ever seen that show, Love on the Spectrum? Because that has been received in very different ways. A lot of autistic and neurodivergent people see it as very infantilizing of autistic people, because it's going, oh look, aren't they cute? Oh, they're so, you know, it's they're saying it's content made for for neurotypical people to make themselves feel better about their dating situations. It's like, oh, those people are autistic, they can still find someone, there must be hope for me. That said, if it wasn't for shows like that, if it wasn't for Love on the Spectrum or another show quite rudely named The Undatables, which was for people with lots of different disabilities, so not just neurodivergence, but deafness and, you know, all sorts of different disabilities for dating. And if it wasn't for those shows, those were the first signs I saw of, those were my first examples of autism in women. And those were the real starting block for me on my journey to get diagnosed as an autistic person, because I saw these people, I saw these girls, and I was like, what's wrong with her? There's nothing wrong with her. She's just like me. Oh, Polly Moon, welcome in. It's so lovely to have you here, guys. Please go follow Polly Moon. She's absolutely fantastic, talented artist. Please, please, please follow Polly, my froggy sister. But yeah, shows like that, like if those shows hadn't been there, I wouldn't have got started thinking, well, look, actually, that girl's got exactly the same kind of struggles that I do. And it was somebody on The Undatables, a girl specifically, who really loved cosplay. She loved cosplay. She loved cosplay. She loved anime. She loved bright, cute things. She loved wearing bright clothes and things. And I was looking at her and I was like, oh, she's living her life. Like, I wish I could wear bright colours. I wish I could wear loads of cosplays all the time. Oh shit, I didn't count that last Tombury. And yet she is. And then I was like, shit, but I would do that if it was socially acceptable for me to wear bright colours and cosplay and cute things all the time. And then it's like, well, why am I making myself do things and wear things that I don't want to wear or do? Like, she's just being her authentic self. Oh no, am I swearing loads? I'm so sorry. I'm trying really hard not to swear. This is me censoring myself as much as possible. I'm really, really sorry for swearing, guys. I do apologise. What was I saying? I don't know. I'm going to catch up on chat a bit. Hold on. If I'm in a crowd, says Sylvia, I hear everything around me. I never know what to focus on or how to focus on it. Then there are times where I focus on something so much I lose track of everything else. That's very true, Sylvie. You might be, let's say you're in your office trying to get some work done and there is a car alarm going outside. Or maybe not even that. Maybe not even something as obvious. Maybe someone's fire alarm 2 houses up is low on battery and it beeps every 3 minutes. All you can think about is that beep, and you're counting down to it, and it just consumes your whole brain, and you cannot think of anything else, and you are trapped in a horrible, frozen moment in time, and all you know is that beep, and nothing else, and it grinds you to a halt, right? Jess says it's not as... Hold on. Everyone get to work. It's not as common. Side note for information not intended as criticism. I tend to use common or uncommon instead of normal or weird because that's less... yes. It's hard not to call yourself weird. I have felt weird all my life. And it wasn't until I started to understand that I may be autistic. And that's why I am, quote, weird in my head. It's not a term that we should use. It is a term that I have always turned inward on myself my whole life as, you know, when everyone's telling you that you're not right and you don't fit in, you become very critical of yourself, and it's horrible for your mental health because everything that you are is unacceptable and is not okay and is... Of course you're going to think of yourself that way because why wouldn't you? If everyone's telling you that the way you are is wrong, why wouldn't you think that? And it's very, very hard... after a lifetime of masking and thinking that way, to try and change that. I'm trying really hard. It's very exhausting as well. a lot of people are getting adult diagnoses. So I know I'm not the only person in this boat. Coffee Cup says, on one occasion I tried explaining it to my brother similarly. While so many sounds are going on around me, I can't remove myself from them. It's as if they're all the same distance from me. Yes, he can focus on this or that as he needs to. Yes. Empirical says, I have really sensitive hearing. It's processing all the information at once that overwhelms me. I'm just going to do some attacks. It's like getting hit with a mental DDoS attack at times. That's such a good way to describe it. Kiraga says, oh, hold on. What I get from this conversation is we are constantly blue screening. Yes, this is so true. There's lots of stuff that's just not so common, which is hard to realize, which is what makes talking about it so important, says Jess. Related Mel's amazing. Aww. It might just be how your face is when you're being you. I think the resting bitch face I have is literally, it's me trying to process everything that's going on. Kiraga says, I'm scared to be completely myself because when I'm not masking, I'm extremely silent and blank looking. I totally get that. And I feel exactly the same way in social situations. This is why it's really nice to have autistic friends and neurodivergent friends, because they are the same and they understand that. Some of my best hangouts have been with neurodivergent friends, and we literally just sit in silence and we're reading or we're drawing or we're just playing games on our Nintendo Switches. Right, I think that was Tombury number 10. We're halfway. And if you can have friends like that who you can feel comfortable enough to just sit and not do nothing, but like not have to talk, I think that's really, really precious. Mia says, that's like me with transition. I had trans friends who talked about their journey and I was like, well, that's weirdly relatable. Hold on a minute. I think that's, do you know what? Gender identity is very, very closely, I would say, related to autism. A lot of people who are autistic statistically also have non-typical gender identities, because there's something about it. You just don't feel the same as everybody else. And being autistic, you're almost forced to accept that you are different, and it makes you're forced to think more about yourself and how you identify. And there you will find there are a lot of autistic people who are non-binary, who identify as very different genders and have very different pronouns, and it's because you're in a situation where you are literally forced to look inward all the time. Josh says, I need to lurk, but before I step away, I want to say you've been doing brilliant, Mel. In the short time I've been watching chat, there's so much that's been said that's enlightened and also given open forum of people sharing their own stories. It's brilliant. You're doing amazing starting all this off. Thank you, Josh. That's so kind of you to say, if you're still here and you can still hear me. I really appreciate that. Thank you for sharing such a kind sentiment. Jess says, I first learned of trans folk from Jerry Springer, which was awful representation, but still representation. I love that today LGBTQIA+ folk get to see so many more people like themselves in media. Yes, it's so true. It's so true. The internet lets us find our people, and it's the best thing. I said earlier, all my friends are in my computer, and I'm okay with that. I'm so much more comfortable socializing this way. Because also, you know, if you're in a forum and you're chatting to people, there's no requirement that you have to reply now either. You can leave that comment, go to bed, or go and wash the dishes, or do something and think about it and process it and think about your response, and then go back and word it. And also you can go back and edit. You may notice if I post anything that's longer than 2 sentences, you will notice it's always edited. I always go back and change what I've said slightly, or add things or things like that. Kuraka says, if I know an event has to be family friendly, I tend not to join because I can't keep myself family friendly. I get, that's so relatable. Sylvie says, the first cosplay I ever made was before I even knew what cosplay was. I saw Cloud's outfit in Advent Children. I decided I wanted it, so I sat down and made it by hand in a single night, just so that I could wear it to the heavy metal pub and club next day. That's so cool. Are you good at sewing and stuff then? I love that for you. I love that. Get the cactuar out. Right, everyone get to work. Diablos. Guys, I'm just spamming abilities here because I need to kill Tomberries as fast as possible so I can get the King Tomberry. We got ads in 5 minutes, by the way. Oh god, the beep you can't stop. It's my worst nightmare, says Empirical. Beeping, dripping taps, ticking clocks. Oh god, ticking clocks. Yeah. Mia says the annoying, basically inaudible electrical buzz. Yep. This, you can't see it, but there is a light right here that makes like a sound really quietly. So we have to unplug it when we're not using it. Sylvie says, I always say that weird is just a little different way to say interesting. Yeah. Hi, Copper. Welcome in. Sorry, I'm quite behind on chat, but it's good to see you. Mental DDoS, I'm stealing that, says Zombie. Empirical says, I got diagnosed autistic. Sorry, I keep touching my nose. That's a stim. I got diagnosed as autistic last year and I'm 37. It's so hard, isn't it, Empirical, to get through that much of your life not knowing or understanding why you are the way you are. But it's so validating when you finally get that diagnosis. When they told me at the end of my assessment, yep, you're autistic, I just burst into tears. And it wasn't relief. It was so many feelings. It was a little bit relief, but it was also, what do I do now? What does this mean for me? What support do I have? What's wrong with me? And also grieving for the life that I've had that could have been something so different if I'd understood and known this and known how to support myself. But I don't hold that against my family at all, because people didn't even think women, girls, could have autism until recently. And like we said earlier, it wasn't till 2013 that people believed that you could even have both autism and ADHD simultaneously. That wasn't a thing till 2013. That's only 12 years ago. Zombie says, I don't have resting bitch face. I have buffering face. Zombie, that is magnificent. I love that. Coexisting and parallel existing is so good. Yes. When I notice the smoke alarms blink right as I'm about to close my eyes. Now I can't sleep until I've worked out the pattern, because part of me thinks I'm part of the pattern. That's amazing. You're doing really well. Oh, thank you, Kiraga. I'm okay at sewing, says Sylvie. It was a night of me cursing worse than a sailor. Oh my god, Jess, you cleared M6S yesterday. Time to jump in and prog M7S. Good luck! Oh my god, you're smashing it, Jess. I'm so proud of you. You're absolutely killing it. Right, that's a Tombury. I've killed 11 Tomburys now. I wonder if we will be able to kill the King Tombury before the end of this stream. We've got 2 hours to summon the King Tombury. I wasn't aware till a year ago I could be both non-binary and trans, Zombie. Exactly. It's crazy. And like, it's so validating to learn that as well. And anyway, who sets the rules? Who says you can't be both, right? I mean, when it comes to neurodivergence, I guess it's a science thing, right? It's like, is the brain capable of being both? But very often you will find that people have, they are both autistic and ADHD, or a lot of autistic people are getting through life with trauma. They have experienced a great deal of trauma because they have had to live in a neurotypical world, live their life as somebody else, essentially. They've had to censor themselves. They've had to, they've been made to feel shame about the way that they are. They've been told off for asking too many questions. They've been told off for making too many excuses, you know? That's going to be traumatizing. When it comes to that excuses thing, that's a really good example of the struggle of autism, right? You do something at work or you do something in life, you do it that way, right? And the person goes, well, why did you do it that way? And you say, oh, because... well, I did it because it was too hot, or because I had to do this, and then this noise was here, and then I got distracted because the phone rang, and then this happened, and then I had to get back into it. And then they're like, no, I don't want to hear excuses. And as an autistic person, you're like, but you asked me why I did it that way, so I'm telling you why I did it that way. I'm not making excuses, I'm just answering the question that you asked. I don't understand why you're angry with me for answering the question that you asked. That's something that really, really upsets me. We've got ads in a few seconds, guys. So I'm actually going to pause the game very quickly while we go into ads for a quick self-care break, a quick comfort break. So guys, when we go into ads, it's going to be 3 minutes of ads. I would love you to take this opportunity to top up your drink. Make sure you get a snack. Make sure you're comfy. Welcome in, Ailes. Lovely to have you here. I wanted to stop by to say thanks for holding these important conversations and to tell you you're doing wonderfully. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much for the lurk. I really, really appreciate it. Guys, when the ads start, do something nice for yourself. Go get a drink. Have a nice tea or something. Cuddle a pet. Just rest your eyes a bit. Unclench your jaw. Relax the resting bitch face. I'm going to pause when the ads start. And I'm going to quickly go top up my drink as well. And we can all reconvene again after 3 minutes. Have a little think about anything else that you want to say. Any experiences you want to share about your experience of autism, or friends and family members of yours, anything that you would like to talk about, because it's so important we talk about it. People need to understand the autism awareness is about understanding the different ways autism presents itself in different people. Ads have started, so I'm going to pause. We're going to go to the BRB screen. I will see you in 3 minutes. Have a think about stuff that you want to chat about after this ad break. Do something nice for yourself. Go hydrate. I'll see you in 3 minutes. Welcome in, raiders. Thank you so much for the raid, CPC Gamer. How was your stream? Thank you for raiding in. That's so kind of you. I hope that you had a fantastic stream. Everyone who hung out there, thank you for bringing your community here. Let me just switch to my little raid screen. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome in, raiders. And thank you for choosing to raid into here. I hope you had a really wonderful time. Are you part of the raid train at all yourself? Or are you just coming in to hang out? Well, yeah, welcome in. Lovely to have you here. My name's Mel Zelia. You can call me Mel for short. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm a cozy English Twitch streamer. I'm also on YouTube as well. We are streaming on YouTube as well. You can see, I apologize, I'm really bad at keeping up with the YouTube chat though. So if you do want to chat, it's probably better to come into Twitch because I struggle to follow both chats. I stream Final Fantasy, so we're playing my first playthrough of Final Fantasy VIII. I also play Final Fantasy 14, so we're going to be starting the new raids on Tuesday, so that's going to be fun. I love Final Fantasy, frogs, cats, Lord of the Rings, Pokemon, Sanrio, Pusheen, pastel colours, plushes, cute things, and more. If you need to raid and run, please do. There is absolutely no pressure to have to stick around. If you need to go rest, if you need to go do some self-care after your stream, that is absolutely the most important thing right now. So please look after yourselves. Thank you for being here. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the raid. And once again, I hope you had a fantastic stream. I'm going to swap back into the game. Raven, that's very kind of you to compliment me like that. Thank you for saying that. That's very sweet of you. Did the new raid sound work? I can't believe I missed it. I was in the other room. Did you hear the new raid music? Did it work? That was all thanks, if it did work, that was all thanks to Mike Does Audio, who is a fantastic, fantastic music producer, writer, and he does a lot of the music for Final Fantasy fan mods, for Tsuna mods. Very, very talented person, absolutely worth checking out because he's also a streamer. I'm going to shout him out. There we go. Make sure you follow him because he's very talented. He did that music. He did my BRB music. He did my starting screen music. Really wonderful time. Really wonderful person. Yes, there's a frog and a cat in danger, but you can only save one. How do you choose, says Diz. No, I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready for this kind of conversation. I'm not ready for this. I think for reacts and things, I might have to do them on the next stream, if you don't mind, just because we've got a lot of topics today to get through. There's a lot to talk about. Perhaps when if it quietens down, we can look at a few reacts later. But if you don't mind, I'll probably do them at the start, before or after our raids on Tuesday, Wednesday in Final Fantasy 14, and when we have a little bit more time, a little bit more space in which to do that. Mike is amazing. It's right. It worked. I love that you chose the friendly monster theme from 9. I know. And I love the idea of it as well, because it's like, thank you very much for my tea. It's like the idea that the friend comes in and they're raiding, but they're friends. And it's amazing. Yeah, Calyx spotted. I hope you guys like all my frog and cat plushes in the background as well. I love them very much. Now, what was I saying? So, we were talking about... I forgot what we were talking about before the break. However, I'd really like to chat about adult autism diagnoses and how your life can change after that. Because I don't know if people talk about this enough, but you spend so long fighting for that diagnosis. There's wait lists. Your special interest becomes autism. You're fighting to get that diagnosis. You're learning everything you can about it and drawing similarities between you and others. Hi, Bonkers. And you're learning about it. And it's like, when you finally get to that diagnosis, what you think you're going to feel is pure joy and relief. But it's a very complicated mixture of emotions. Like I said, it's not just relief. It's also fear. It's... what do I do next? It's uncertainty. It's, like I said before as well, grief. Grief for the life that you could have had if you'd known that this was a part of you so much sooner. You could have perhaps... oh shit, I haven't switched to the game, sorry. If you know, you knew that perhaps school might have been different. Perhaps university might have been different. Perhaps your job might have been different. Hi, Bonkers. Hi, Jen. Welcome in. Someone you saw on the Undateables wearing bright colours and living her best life. Yes, that was also... I can't remember if that's the last thing I said, but it was definitely one of the things that I said that made me realise that that may be me. I have never felt more autistic in my life than I do right now, because... oh, that's a Tombury. Okay. 12 Tomburys. I had my diagnosis last February. Yes! So, Jen, I'm kicking off the Autism Acceptance Raid Train today for my stream team, the Dragon Clan. So the Dragon Clan is a stream team that focuses on neurodivergence, uplifting neurodivergence, and you know, raising awareness of the different ways that it can affect people and how it can manifest. So we're starting that today. We're talking about our own autistic experiences. So what you've been through, what friends of yours have been through, because it's so different for different people. Some people are diagnosed as a child because maybe they were lucky enough to exhibit the more stereotypical interpretations or manifestations of autism. Then many of us well, I've read a lot of women being diagnosed with anxiety and depression because instead of autism, they're like, you're not autistic, you're just anxious. Things like that. It's very, very difficult. And like 2013 was when they realized you could be both autistic and ADHD. Something I always find interesting is safe foods. How do our brains decide the safe food, says Kiraga? I wonder, because for me, safe foods are very, very simple in flavor. Not too much spice. I don't like spice. Not too much flavor. Not too many things going on. And when I eat one thing on the plate at a time. Because I feel like maybe thinking about it, perhaps having something spicy and eating it all at once is too much of a sensory overwhelm for the brain, perhaps. But yeah, texture, says Diz. Texture is a huge thing as well. Like, there's a lot of food that I won't eat because I hate the way it feels. Like, avocado is a big one. Rice pudding, I don't know if anyone had that. My brother loved that. I hated it. The sound, the texture just makes me feel really sick. Welcome in, Dylan. It's good to see you. Happy Sunday. Diz says, I feel like I've been a tad negative on this stream. I apologize. My story on this is a tad unusual. I was tested as a kid, about 8, diagnosed at the time when it was called Asperger's. Yep, now called autism, attention deficit and ODD. Is that OCD, what it may have been called? However, my father refused it, as male children should be normal, so my diagnosis was never recorded. I did not know that parents could literally refuse a diagnosis like that. That is absolutely outrageous and disgusting. A professional, a medical professional has diagnosed you and your dad has said, no, I don't accept that. And so it's not written on your medical record. That's horrible. I'm so sorry that's happened to you. Welcome in, Ludic. Lovely to have you here. How's your weekend been? Yeah, we don't like squishy textures for food. Mash. I do like mashed potato, though. Mushy peas, hate it. Rice pudding, hate it. Bread sauce, hate it. Anything squishy. Yep, absolutely agree with you, Diz. This is why I make such a big deal when I try something new and I like it, says Mia. Yes, exactly. Jen says... Hold on a second. Let me just... set these guys off doing some attacks. Jen says not to dump all over the chat. No. Please do. Talk about this as much as you want and as much as you're comfortable with. My marriage is on the rocks after years of undiagnosed autism, ADHD affecting my relationship. I'm 99% certain my spouse is also neurodivergent, but he hasn't looked into it. It's hard. I only got diagnosed in October last year. How long have you been with your partner, may I ask? Because did you have issues with like these kind of behaviors right from the start as well? Or was it more when you started to realize that you might be autistic that perhaps you may have stopped masking as much and therefore it maybe irritated your partner more, perhaps? Dylan says it's coincidence. My birthday's in April. It just so happens to... Yeah, it's also Autism Awareness Month. Yay! What date in April is your birthday, Dylan? It feels so shocking and cool when I actually like a food, says Kiraga. Same. And I hate ordering things in restaurants that I don't know or might not like, because I'm like, well, what if I don't like it? Then it'll be a waste of money. One of the things that I found... Obviously, I'm glad that I had my diagnosis because it explains so much for me. And I've found my people. Oh my gosh, you already had your birthday, Dylan. Oh, I hope you had a fantastic day. Happy birthday for the 4th. what was he saying? It's so incredibly validating to get your diagnosis and to be able to meet other people online, especially through streaming. Streaming has been the best way. This is not why I went into streaming, by the way. It's been a wonderful byproduct of streaming, has been meeting people who are also autistic and have been through similar situations and understand the things that I've been through, because they've been through it themselves as well. You guys have been through it yourselves. The Dragon Clan stream team, the incredible stream team that is based around neurodivergence, so it's celebrating and uplifting neurodivergence. I was not expecting any of that when I started streaming in August 2023. I'll get back to that. Jen says, we met in 2008. Yes, I absolutely did have some of the issues, but I was heavily masking. I suffered some trauma in 2015 and again in 2020, and this game went off the rails for me emotionally for a long time. When you say this game, do you mean like the masking game, or do you mean a game specifically? So Kiraga literally can't eat out at places because of misophonia. Specifically eating in mouth sounds, so I always eat in a safe place like home or a hotel. That is absolutely, absolutely valid. And that's also really hard as well sometimes, because so much socializing takes place around a dinner table. Do you have the same thing like do you celebrate Christmas or any kind of religious thing? Like a lot of that is about getting the family together around the table. Are you comfortable to eat in front of family members? Or is it nobody at all? And Diz says, I'm not sure of the exact details, but I've seen the paperwork from the person I was seeing at the time. I think it's because it was initiated privately. 1 second. During grief counselling for my nan, which led to, this kid's a bit different to the others. But in his eyes, only females could show any weaknesses. Wow. That's really awful. I'm so sorry that you went through that, Diz. The masking game, right, Jen? Listen! Welcome in, Hops. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Welcome in, Jadic. Welcome in, Hops. Thank you for raiding in. We are doing the Autism Acceptance Raid Train today. We are kicking it off. We are the first stop on the journey. So we're in here, we're chatting about autism, our experience with it, how we've grown up with it, our diagnoses, anyone who is undiagnosed as well. So welcome in. My name's Mel Zelia. If we've never met before, you can call me Mel for short if you like, and my pronouns are she, her. We are playing Final Fantasy VIII. I'm currently killing Tomberries to unlock and beat the Tomberry King and have him as my girlfriend / guardian force. I love Final Fantasy. This is my first playthrough though of 8. And I play Final Fantasy 14 as well. And I love Final Fantasy, frogs, cats, Lord of the Rings, Pokemon, Sanrio, Pusheen, pastel colours, plushes, cute things, and so much more. So Hops, if you need to go do some post-stream self-care, please do. That's the most important thing. If you need to go get something to eat. The stream went well, says Hops, and played Assassin's Creed Valhalla. We were doing Viking stuff. Yes, heck yes. Well, I hope you had a fantastic time, and I'm so grateful for you raiding in and bringing your community over here. We're having really important conversations about autism, so welcome in. April is Autism Acceptance Month as well, so come in if you are autistic, you know anyone autistic, or if you're just curious about it, this is a great place to be. Autism awareness is not just for neurotypical people. It is also for autistic people, or people undiagnosed, or people who suspect they may be autistic, because it can present in so many different ways. And no two people are alike. No, there is no cookie cutter answer for what an autistic person is like, looks like, acts like. So that's why it's so important we have these conversations. I'm going to switch back to the game and kill some more Tomberries. You enjoy your food, Hops. Mel, is your favourite Pokemon Politoed and Greninja? While I would say yes, I actually really like cute things. My favourite Pokemon of all time is Shiny Ninetales. You're on the way out the door. No, Jade. Well, thanks for being here anyway. I mean, there's always VODs if you want to come watch it back. But yeah, like there's been some really good conversations. The VOD will be up at the end. I'll put it on YouTube as well. So feel free to come and hang out if you want to, or just watch it back later. It's a nice little cozy background thing maybe while you're doing chores. If anyone's watching this on a YouTube VOD, thank you for watching my YouTube VOD. I appreciate it and I appreciate your support. I wish more people asked about autism more, says Diz. It's okay to ask. It's a good thing to spread knowledge. Yes. And asking with an open mind, you know, and being open to whatever answer you might get. You'll be back later. Well, I appreciate that. It's lovely to have you here. Lovely to meet you. Thanks for coming in with the raid. Dylan says, I wonder if there are any others with autism who also happen to have their birthday in April. I'm sure there are. Nice, if you ever play fan-made Pokemon game, it's called Pokemon Reborn. They do their own shiny. The shiny Ninetales is Rainbow Tail. Niji, that sounds amazing. That sounds so cool. My favorite Pokemon is shiny Ninetales, but I also love Eevee. And just any fox Pokemon or cat Pokemon. Espeon's my favorite evolution. I like cute Pokemon the most. Oh my gosh, Diz is the 3rd of April. So happy birthday for the other day as well, Diz. Your birthday's the day before Dylan's. And your names both begin with D. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You're the same. So I was talking a little bit about getting the diagnosis as an adult. So I can't remember. I think I said this out loud. I have never felt more autistic in my life than I do right now. This is something I wasn't expecting. So when I got the diagnosis, I became a lot more aware of my behaviors and what is caused by autism. And I became a lot more aware of what I was masking, which is basically everything. Oh, that said Tombury dead. And I feel like I've been unmasking a lot more than I thought I would. But with that, it comes with a great deal of sadness, because I realized that I could have lived my life not masking. I could have been able to just be around my friends and just be myself. And imagine how much more energy I would have had without having to use all my energy to pretend to be something, to be that bubbly person that everyone says I was. Yeah, I'm a bubbly person when I'm talking about the things that I love, like Final Fantasy, for example, video games, streaming, my special interests, particular shows. But when I'm not talking about stuff I love, I'm quiet, I'm silent, I'm dead quiet, because actually, do you know what? It's easier to not talk. Because when I talk, I say things by accident that upset people. I'm accidentally too blunt, or I accidentally answer a question too literally, or... I mean, guys, do you have the same thing? Like, my way of dealing with things is just, do you know what? I'm going to just not participate in the conversation in the first place. And that's really sad, because I feel like I have a lot of things to say. And I have opinions to share, and I have, you know, a very strong sense of morality and justice, and I get very passionate about it, and I want to share that, but I also don't want to be cast out. Yeah, Diz says, God, yeah, better to just assume they'll dislike me anyway, rather than prove it. That's so sad. That's so sad, but it's so relatable, and it's such a reality for autistic people. It's better, look, if you don't have the energy to mask, you instead, if you don't have the energy to mask, just shut down. Just don't even talk. Don't even show your true self, because a lot of people will get upset or won't like you. I'd really like to talk, yeah, about, so the fact that I've been unmasking, I've felt a great deal of sadness, because I felt grief for what my life could have been if I hadn't been masking, if I hadn't had to be that way all my life. Or what if I knew as a child that I was autistic, that there's not something wrong with me, you know? And guys, if you're autistic and listening to this, there is not something wrong with you. There is nothing wrong with you. What it is, your brain is literally just wired differently. That is all it is. And you've got, we talked about it earlier, more, wait, can I open up Paint? Have I still got that? No, I closed it. You've got more synapses in your brain than a neurotypical person, like 3 times as many, probably more, probably even like 10 times as many synapses, which means your brain is constantly processing 100 times as much information in every second as a neurotypical person is. So it makes sense why you get overwhelmed by loud noises or bright lights. There's nothing wrong with you for feeling that way. It is biologically, it's part of you that happens. You are not a failure. You're not anything less than anyone else. This world was made for people who are neurotypical. It wasn't made for us. This is why we struggle so much. And that's not your fault. This says, I always use the circles images. Everyone has their circle of close people that they are close to. They notice if they're there and care about. Whereas for me, I sit outside of everyone's circles on my own where it's safer, because if I go in, I'll get cast out. So I'm known to many communities, but not really a part of any. It's really sad. Like, do you find that you have lots of acquaintances but no friends? Because it's hard to open up that side of yourself and trust anyone to not judge you for the person and the way that you are. Jack Attack, welcome in. It's lovely to have you here. Please may I have a shout out for Jack Attack. I hope you're having a great weekend. Thanks for being here. Thanks for stopping by. We're doing the Autism Acceptance Raid Train today. I'm the very first stop, which is super exciting because I've never done that before. And in an hour and a half, we'll be raiding out to Niji, who's been hanging out in chat with us as well. And we're chatting about autism, we're chatting about our experiences as autistic people, our lives, different aspects of life, maybe how we cope with it. I think that'll be a really nice topic when we get into the last hour, half hour, to talk about what we do to self-regulate, what we do to help ourselves. Because you know what? I feel like that's something that's really lacking as far as resources are concerned. Namine, welcome in. Lovely to have you here. My mother would always tell me autism isn't an illness. It's a learning disability where one would adapt differently than others. But that doesn't mean you're not able to do the same things as everyone else. Yeah, and you know what? I would even go a step further and say it's not a learning disability. It's a learning difference. You literally have to learn things in a different way because your brain...
Nothing in this world is perfect.
That's true, Larry. You literally have to learn things differently because your brain is physically... built differently. It's different, and so you have to learn differently, and there's nothing wrong with that. Dylan says it's a hypocritical notion that guys are told to open up about their feelings, yet are chastised the very moment they do, because there's some outdated notion that only women are allowed to show feeling. I know it's not 100% related to your experience, but I find this is already existent conundrum gets even worse when you throw autistic people into the mix. Yeah, because I feel like autistic people are very expressive of their emotions. They either are or they're holding everything back. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. It's lovely to have you here. I have made follows anonymous, so if you did want to follow, don't worry, you don't have to reveal yourself. You're welcome to just hang out, lurk, be comfy. Thank you for being here. Jack says, I've always felt different. I never had an official diagnosis, but piecing things together as an adult, it makes sense. You've got ADD as well. Do you know what? That's one of the things I was talking about, Jack, was people with both. The problem with having both autism and ADHD means the symptoms are constantly, well, I mean, you maybe feel this in your head, but you're constantly at war in your head. You crave structure, but you also can't stick to a schedule. You crave routine, but you are constantly forgetting things. And the two symptoms, not only is it a war in your head and it's exhausting, but often the two symptoms cancel each other out. You know, if you're ADHD, people be like, oh, but you're so bubbly, you're so outgoing, you're so friendly, you're so chatty, you can't possibly be autistic. Conversely, you know, you're so organized, you've got your routine, you've got this and that, you can't possibly be ADHD. And for a long, long time, and possibly for your whole life, people may go undiagnosed for one or both of those. because, you know, people are just looking at that and going, well, if you're organized, then you can't possibly be ADHD. Or if you're really chaotic and forgetful, you can't possibly be autistic. Oh, Namine says, I love your vibes. So immediate follow right now. There, I also wanted to stop by and support my fellow Raid Train mates as I can. That's really kind. So are you on the Raid Train as well, Namine? Are you part of this Raid Train too? Kiraga says, I'm currently undiagnosed because I've been too anxious to start the process. But for now, I am neurospicy until I know exactly what I am. So my only thing that I would say about... Sorry, I keep touching my nose. No, don't apologize for yourself. If you have a stim, just do your stim. The only thing I would say about getting and seeking that diagnosis, sorry, now I'm really aware of it, is getting started as soon as possible because it's such a long wait. I had to wait, I think, a year and a half to get my assessment. And then with ADHD, it was like 10 months to get started on medication. And that's quite a short wait list compared to a lot of other places. So yeah, if you can... I know it's really, really hard and it's really, really anxiety inducing. That said, a lot of GPs will do phone appointments now. So you may be able to talk to them on the phone rather than having to go in person, which is what I did originally. Which might work better for you instead of so you don't have to be there in person. I'm just checking that I've not missed anybody's chats. I'm really sorry if I have missed anything. If I have missed anything, please just say it again for me. So, right, I have killed 16 Tomberries now. We need at least 4 more Tomberries to summon the Tomberry King. We're nearly there, team. Elixir says it was a very long wait. For my daughter, we were lucky. The whole process only took 2 years. Isn't that wild? Yeah, it takes a lot to get me to a doctor. Yeah, Kiraga, I feel that. And I feel like also being autistic, because you are so incredibly sensitive to what your body is doing, health problems and things like that they affect us a lot more deeply because it's very overwhelming. Like if you're aware that your left ear hurts a bit, it becomes consuming and it's all you can think about and it's an obsession, and you start looking things up and you're like, why does my ear hurt? And you know, just trying to get through the day, and you can't focus on your work because all you can think about is the fact that your ear hurts. And so when it comes to any health problems for me, even if it's tiny, it consumes me so completely. And I'm certain that it's very annoying for people around me. They're like, oh, she's talking about this again, or oh, she's still talking about that. Oh, now it's something else. It's like, I don't know, I'm just really aware of what my body's doing all the time. Maybe it makes me hypochondriac slightly. It is harder if you're female. Yeah, it is. If you're female, it's much harder to get a diagnosis too, because it's so much less understood in women. And it's not even that well understood in men. But there's even less understanding of autism in women. So getting a diagnosis is very, very hard. You do a little top to bottom diagnostic, like you're a robot all the time, Mia. Yeah, I'm imagining you standing in a little room and the lights going up and down. Every symptom is an obsession. Suddenly you're dying. Kiraga, I knew when we first met that you were my kind of person, but honestly, every time you talk, it just drives that point home. That we get each other. We feel this. We understand each other. Imagine if I was a pupil in today's world, says Dylan. Getting diagnosis would be an utter crap shot. So that's the thing. Like, you're imagining me in a little room. No sus chat. Yeah. Getting diagnosed as a child can be very... I feel today, because there's a lot more understanding and acceptance of neurodivergence, to be diagnosed with autism as a child now is considerably, puts you in a much better position because you're able to get the support and help that you need. Whereas 20 years ago or whenever, like when Diz was talking about their, was it Diz? Yeah, talking about their childhood diagnosis and their dad just saying, no, you're not that. I won't accept that. And so it didn't get put on the record. That's literally how people thought back then. And children would be like, oh, you're autistic, I'll bully you. But there's so much better understanding and acceptance of autism today that there will be lots of parents who will say to their children, well, that your friend is autistic, it just means that their brain works differently. There's nothing wrong with that. Welcome in, Grandy! Good to have you here. Google is my worst enemy, says Grandy, in that situation, but I can't help it. I know all you want is answers, right? As an autistic person, if something's happening, all you want to know is why. You want to know why it happens. And when you're ill and you can't get an exact answer for that, it's really, really hard to just survive knowing that there's something wrong and you don't know what it is. One brat says, I sit there, I don't even understand myself, so good luck to others working me out. Yep, relatable. Very, very relatable. What time is it? It's 6:30, so we're halfway through the raid train slot, team. Well done, everyone. We're halfway through the raid train slot. I think we are going to find this Tombury King before the raid train slot is over. I've only got to kill about minimum 4 more Tomburys till we get the king, and then we got to kill the king, but still. I think we can do it. One thing we've not talked about yet. Evelios says, I think you're doing really well. I think you're doing really well, Evelios. Guys, make sure you're staying hydrated as well, because we're talking loads. So just make sure you're staying moist. Stay hydrated. Thank you so much for the follow. That's incredibly kind of you. I really appreciate that. Welcome in. It's lovely to have you here. Anyone who's here, anyone who's lurking, anyone who's chatting, anyone who's stopped by. Hi, Neil. You are so appreciated. You are so welcome. You matter. And I'm very, very grateful to have you click in here once and just say hi. I really appreciate it. Escapade. Oh my god, that's a cool name. I like the way you spelt it. You've been lurking. I love the conversation. So welcome in. It's lovely to have you here. Silent as that. Oh crap, it's a Tombury. We're fighting. We're getting the Tombury King. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. You're all super amazing, and I know you got this, Mel. Oh, Namine, you just got here and you're being so lovely. That's so kind of you. I think you'll fit in well. We've got a really nice community here. Scrappy, welcome in. It's lovely to have you here. We're halfway through our raid train slot on the Autism Acceptance Raid Train. So we've got an hour and a half, and then we're going to be raiding into Soul Trainer Niti, who is very, very cool, who we've got to know a little bit today. I'm really excited for that. So we're going to be raiding in at 8 PM. That's UK time, British summer time. So that's in an hour and a half. But thank you for being here. I'm currently killing Tomburys to unlock the Tombury King and then enslave him. It's interesting, says Elixir. I know I'm ADHD, but listening to everything you're all saying regarding autism instead, it intrigues me how much I feel or experience the same. So, Elixir, so you're diagnosed ADHD but not autistic. One of the... This is going to sound funny. A lot of people learn the possibility that they may have autism because their autistic friends notice autistic traits in them. Oh, that's one more Tombury checked off the list. Elixir, would it be... I hope you don't mind me saying, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but I thought you were autistic. Because you've got the passion, you've got the real desire for Final Fantasy, you love it, you love collecting, is also a huge thing for autistic people as well. And I feel like... Do you know what? One of the biggest things that tells me someone is autistic is... if I feel really comfortable around them. If I feel really comfortable enough to be myself without censoring myself or masking, there's a good chance that person is also autistic because I feel some kind of kinship. And I feel that with you, Elixir. And I hope that you take that the right way. I don't mean that in any way as an offense or anything like that. I genuinely feel that way towards you. Silence says, I'm working on getting diagnosed for autism and ADHD because of my kid. She's diagnosed stage 1, has a lot of traits I had as a kid. So do you currently not have any official diagnoses yet then? Is Silent, is that the best way for me to call you, by the way? I want to get your name right. But yeah, so when you say stage 1, do you mean level 1? Because the way that autism is now diagnosed and categorized is differently. In the old days, it was called Asperger's syndrome. And we don't use that phrase anymore. Asperger's was the doctor who first diagnosed it. However, that person was incredibly problematic during the Second World War. And they did not see it as a good thing. They basically, it was eugenics, right? They wanted to get rid of all the people with the weakness that they saw. So we do not call it Asperger's syndrome. It's not okay to call somebody autistic with Asperger's syndrome. So do not ever use that term. There is another term that they started using, which is also incredibly offensive and what's the word? Ableist. A lot of people will call it low-functioning autism or high-functioning autism. Now, that is incredibly problematic a term to use because that implies that some people are doing better than others. Some people are... It's really hard because it's not a superiority or inferiority thing. That's not how it works. To call someone high-functioning, do you know what? Often that means they're just better at masking their autism, quite frankly. And that's not okay because people shouldn't have to mask at all. People should be able to be comfortable with who they are. The way that autism is now currently, at least when I got my diagnosis in February, is categorized as level 1, level 2, and level 3. Okay? And because we all have different symptoms, we can appear in different levels. We can have symptoms from different levels, but that doesn't mean that there's any... Oh, Angelo! That doesn't mean there's anything wrong with you. Doesn't mean that you're better or worse than anybody else. I don't even like, really, the levels, because that also implies that, yeah, people are different, are worse than others. And that's not okay. I think it helps a little bit in the... No, it's just difficult, because a lot of people will think of autism and they'll think of the people who really, you know, are non-verbal or really, really struggle to... You can't put things into words because it's just too much. And, you know, those people are, I believe, currently are level 3 autism. That's what that ranking is called. But a lot of people will think of those people when they think of autism. What I've read, actually, is that level 1, which is what I am, level 1 people have a lot of difficulty with life because you can mask just well enough that you can get a job and you can appear good at the job until you burn yourself out. You can, but being level 1, being that self-aware, you are aware of where you don't match up to society's standards. You are aware of how behind you are behind your peers, you know, how far behind, how it feels like you've failed where your peers have succeeded. And a lot of people with level 1 autism really, really struggle with mental health for that reason. You feel a lot of guilt, you feel a lot of shame because you feel like you're failing at life, where there's something wrong with you, you know? This is what your brain is telling you. And before you had the diagnosis, your brain is telling you there's something wrong with you. You're a failure. You're a shame. You're shameful. You should feel bad. You should hate yourself because you can't do it and everyone else can. There's something wrong with you. You're weak. These are all the voices in my head, right? When you have the diagnosis, it becomes harder, actually, because it's like, well, this is the way my brain is. I cannot change it. What you instead have to do is teach yourself to accept the way that you are and the way your brain works and become aware of triggers, perhaps, for things, and do your best to either avoid those triggers or learn to notice them before they become so overwhelming that you melt down or shut down. Or, you know, have to learn so many new ways to try and cope and regulate yourself in those difficult situations, because people look at you and they say, well, you don't look autistic. And it's like, sure, I don't look autistic. I have spent my entire life trying to be normal. No, I put that in quotes because normal is not the right term that you should use. But in my own very critical head, that's what my brain is telling itself. Welcome in, Talia Cat. It's so lovely to have you here. How's your weekend been? I hope that you're so well. I'm really, really glad that you're here. It's really nice to see you. You're a beautiful person. Everyone go follow Talia Cat. She is precious. Diz says, would you like me to do an autism for you? Exactly. Would somebody please save the Tombury, says Flick. Soul Trainer Nishi says we don't use the R word either. They were using that word a lot to describe people with autism back in the older days. I'm glad we're not using that word or any other words more. So Soul Trainer Nishi, I would like to say that is a horrible word, and I have hated seeing that there is a real re-emergence of that word in some social medias and in some... I don't talk about politics on the stream. We're not going to talk about politics. But there are certain groups of people that are using that word and are not just attacking people with different gender identities and sexualities, but also people with disabilities, people with mental health problems, and people with autism. And they are calling them that word. And that's not okay. It's not okay. I won't get into that because I'm going to get really upset if we talk about that. Nishi says it's the same way with deaf people. People would say you don't look like you're deaf or you don't look like you have a disability. I hate that. What does a disabled person look like, right? Nishi, what does a disabled person look like? What does it mean to look disabled, right? I'm sorry that I'm not, I don't know, doing some crazy dance all the time in public. Like, not that that's what I would do, but like, I spent my whole life learning that I need to look a certain way, dress a certain way, behave a certain way, speak a certain way. And you know what? Even despite all that, I still don't get it right because it's not how I'm wired. Right? Do you guys feel the same? Like, tell me I'm not alone. I'm so happy to see you, says Talia. It's amazing you're doing this. I'm really, really grateful to be a part of it, Talia. I'm so blessed and so honored to be a part of this raid train. This is something that is so close to my heart and so is a very lived experience for me. So I get very passionate about it. And look, I started an hour early, so it would be a 4-hour stream. We've been here for almost 3 hours and I'm still talking very passionately about autism and my experience of it and your experiences of it. That's what it's about, right? You fully get it, Sai. Honestly, it's just easier not to interact with anyone and go out as little as possible. Diz, I feel like that is exactly how I deal with it, honestly. And I don't know if that's healthy. I don't know if that's what we're supposed to do. But it's the best way that I can cope with it without being overwhelmed and without having to pretend to be someone else and exhaust myself. Working 9 to 5 Monday to Friday jobs or just working full time in an office. Okay, I would really, really like to talk about autism burnout because I am living that reality right now. And what I have found, I mean, by the time I got my autism diagnosis, I was already very deep into autistic burnout. So a lot of stuff talking about autistic burnout, and there's not much of it, honestly, is, oh, here are the signs that you've got autistic burnout, and here's how to stop it from happening. So it's, regulate yourself, take breaks, delegate responsibilities, things like that. Pace yourself. There is nothing, can I just say, there is nothing to tell you how to save yourself once you are in autistic burnout. How do you get out of autistic burnout? I don't know how to do that. And that is a real, real struggle for me, particularly right now at this point in life. I go through regular periods, a cycle. I go through autistic burnout cycle, right? So, oh my God, there's so many things I want to say right now that I can't. They're all trying to get through the doorway at once and nothing's coming out. Where do I start? I go through cycles of autistic burnout. What I do is I go into a job and I work 100%, more than that even. Because jobs say they want you to put your 100%, put your all into the job, right? As an autistic person. I'm like, okay, I'll put 100% into it. I will put all of it into it. That is not a sustainable way to live. Do you know what I learned the other day? Neurotypical people typically put 60% of themselves into the workday, into their job. Because they know, they pace themselves. They don't put 100% in because they know that they will burn out and get tired. No. If you're autistic, you're either putting 100% in or 0% in. I cannot, in good conscience, put in, what's the button to re-thingy this again? I cannot put in 50%. Because then I'm filled with shame and guilt for the fact that I'm not doing a good job. Do you know what I mean? Does anyone else have the same thing? It's like, oh, it's triangle? Okay, I will bear that in mind. Thank you, Ark. Who do I need to heal? What's this? And so what I do is I get into a job and I put 100 million% in and I work so hard. I do all the extracurricular stuff. I run groups. I do extra. I'm incredibly proactive in my job. I work so hard. And they're like, oh, you're doing a good job. That's nice. And you become the person in the team who's most knowledgeable. Like the job becomes my special interest, right? I learn and study everything about that job, all the systems. Everyone starts coming to me for their questions or to help them fix things. And at some point, you start to burn out. You run out of energy. You're like, I can't do this every day. You know, a year goes by and I'm like, I'm really fucking tired now. I can't do this. And you get to a point where you hit a wall. And this is where my ADHD kicks in as well. Because I then realize I am a year in and I don't get any recognition for all the hard work that I do. And I'm really tired. So you start to take it a bit easier. And then they're like, hey, you're not taking as many calls as you used to do. You're not answering as many tickets as you used to do. Let's have a performance review. And it's like, I'm just trying to have a little break because I have worked so hard this year. And I need a little break. Because I can't run at that speed anymore. I'm running out of steam. I don't have enough power in me anymore to run at that same speed. And that happens. And then it gets harder and it gets worse and you get more and more burnt out. And they notice that and they're like, oh. And you start having to take sick days because you literally can't get out of bed in the morning. You're scared of how behind you are. You're scared that you're not doing a good job anymore. And do you know what? No one is complimenting you anymore on your work. It doesn't matter that you're maybe still doing more work than that person doing 60% a day. But because you're doing less than you did in the beginning, you get penalized for that. It doesn't matter if somebody is doing the absolute bare minimum. You still get punished for the fact that you are burnt out and you can't do that much anymore. And and that fills you with guilt and shame because you're like, well, I am letting them down because I'm not doing a great job anymore. I wish I was still doing that great job that I was doing a year ago. But I literally don't have the energy. I don't have the mental energy or the physical energy. It starts mentally and then it begins to manifest physically. You can't get out of bed. Your depression spikes, your anxiety spikes, you cry, you're angry at things, your fuse is shorter, things overwhelm you more easily because you don't have the energy to block that out anymore. And my cycles always get to that point where I'm getting punished for my sick days because I literally can't come in anymore. And I'm getting punished for not doing as well as I was doing before. Shit, that was the 20th Tombury. It's the king! The king is summoned! Fuck. Hold on. Sorry, I didn't mean to swear. Sorry. I'm just going to pause this for a sec because I just want to talk about this a bit more. Yeah, so what happens is I get to a point in my job where I literally can't do it anymore and I have to find a new job. And usually that's okay. Normally it's like a month notice period or something for a job. So usually you can find something else. And I had been doing that and I'd go into a new full-time job and it would be exactly the same. I would start out exactly the same. I'd be the star employee. I'd be doing everything. Everyone would be coming to me. I would hyper-focus. I would learn everything about the job. And then I would burn myself out. And it would always get to that same point where it's like, you know what? They don't give a shit that all of the stuff that you've done for the company is because you are now taking sick days and you can't function the same way you could because you're so burnt out. Actually, no, they can't wait to be rid of you by that point. And it's hold on. Let me just catch up on chat for a second. Hold on. Hal says it stresses me out more to do less than 100% effort than it does to give 100%. Because you're filled with the kind of guilt that it feels like you're robbing them of something. But then when you are so burnt out that you literally can't give the 100%, the guilt compounds you even further because you are now hating on yourself because you can't do that. And you're like, I'm a shit employee. I'm doing a terrible job now. And I should feel ashamed. This says, apparently working evenings and weekends to make sure you do 100% isn't how others act. Yeah, working extra, working overtime. Exactly. We got ads in 5 minutes, by the way. Elixir says, that reminds me of when I took my daughter to the disabled toilet. On the way out, we were accosted by a random person who shouted at us for using the disabled toilet when we clearly aren't disabled because we can walk. So that was in relation to the topic earlier where we talked about looking disabled or looking autistic. That's disgusting, Elixir. As if the only type of being disabled is being unable to walk. Like, isn't that wild? And you know what? Even people who have wheelchairs get that same issue because people will be, I saw these influencers who are they're both wheelchair users. One of them is an ambulatory wheelchair user, which means she can walk sometimes. She can walk very short distances and stand for short periods of time before she has to sit back down. The other girl is permanently in her wheelchair, but she's not paralyzed. She can still feel and move her legs. Thank you for the hydrate, Kais. Thank you for being here. And they described the fact that, like, the ambulatory girl would say she'd have to get out of her chair, or she would or could. And people would be like, well, you're not disabled. You're lying about it. You're lying about using your wheelchair. And it's like, well, no, I literally I can only walk a bit before the pain is too much and I need to sit. Thank you for the stretch. Everybody stretch. And then even the girl who literally uses her wheelchair 24/7, well, obviously not when you're sleeping, but she says, well, I can move my legs, and I've had people insult me because I can move my legs. And they're like, well, you're lying about being disabled too. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. It's lovely to have you here. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your support. Hold on, what else did I miss? So we chatted about burnout. Talia says, this happened to me in my first year living alone and working full-time for the school board. It was so overwhelming. Namine says, I really dislike when they do that. I was like that on one of my former jobs. I worked for 6 years. They ended up letting me go because I wasn't able to do as much like I used to. So, yeah, I absolutely feel that. Talia says, Mel, write a book, please. You talking about this is so healing and affirming to so many of us. Well, look, this is going to be the theme of this raid train. At the end of it, we're going to raid into Soul Train and Niji, and there's going to be so many, as well as Niji, so many amazing creators on this train who will be talking about their experiences. This is going to be one really amazing and validating week for so many people. Thank you so much for the follow. I really, really appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. This is going to be a really lovely and validating experience for a lot of people. Elixir! What does that say?
Didn't want to interrupt discussions with the alert, but also wanted to say I really appreciate you talking about all of this.
Oh, I really appreciate you, Elixir, and I'm so glad that you're here. Do you know what? If this stream helps somebody to understand a bit more about themselves, whether they're diagnosed or not, then that's what it's about, right? This is autism acceptance, autism awareness. You not mutually exclusive. Both of those things are very important. Helping people to understand, even if you're not autistic, to understand the different ways it presents and the difficulties that people have. Because what we really need is more companies in the world that are willing and able and confident to make accommodations and allow and help people with autism and ADHD, since we're talking about it, to flourish and to do well in the workplace. Because unfortunately we fucking have, sorry, I'm swearing, we have to work, unfortunately, in order to have a roof over our heads. Waffles, is so good to see you. Thank you for being here. Thanks for the lurk. Do you know what kind of sticker, Elixir, do you know what kind of sticker you would like for the subscriber book, by the way? Everyone who subscribes gets a cute sticker in this book. I really enjoy stationery and stickers. It gives me a lot of joy. Do you know what kind of sticker you would like, Elixir? If not, I can show you the choices. Diz says I'll be lurking in many people's, but probably not talking. It takes a fair bit for me to feel comfortable in a stream to talk openly. Diz, can I just say that I am so grateful that you have been sharing as much as you have today. And I know that it's not easy to share things as personal as your experience with autism. I'm really touched that you feel comfortable that you can talk about it here in the stream. That's what I really want to be able to provide, is a space where you can talk honestly about your raw experiences and your feelings, because what's the point if not? Why should we have to hide that? And the fact that you're here and the fact that you feel comfortable to talk as much as you have done is incredibly, it's humbling really, and I'm really, really grateful that you're here. And I'm really grateful that you're sharing with us. You want to pick a frog sticker? Of course, Elixir, of course you can have a frog sticker. I really like frogs, in case you hadn't noticed. Let me pick you a cool one. How do you feel about... What can we do? Hold on, okay, how do you feel about this one, Elixir? What do you think about this little frog in a little rainbow poncho? Do you like that sticker? Is that one okay? You like it? It looks good to me? Okay. Whoa, Kais, what are you doing? Oh, Kais, thank you so much for gifting 10 subscriptions. That's so kind of you. Oh, Kais, thank you. You didn't have to do that. You just completed a goal. Kais, thank you so much. Thank you for supporting this little stream. I really, really appreciate it. I'm so grateful that you're here. Thank you so much. We got a hype train. Oh no. Elixir, I'm gonna write your name in purple. You get to pick a hair clip, by the way, Kais. Ah. Oh, I love that. Sweet Wild Thing, that's amazing. Hold on, let me just write Elixir's name, because I cannot do two things at once. Sweet Wild Thing says, sorry to interrupt. I just want you to know we came up with a uniform raid train message. I made it and let everyone know you inspired me, and Mad Cupid loves the message, so here it is. And it's, we're here with the Autism Acceptance Raid Train. Define normal. Let's chat about autism. Yay! So do you want me to, would you like me to raid into Niji with that message? Elixir, look, you're in my book now, and I appreciate you, and I'm so grateful. Thank you so much for the raid, for the sub. Thank you so much, Elixir. That's very, very kind of you. Did you pick a hair clip, Elixir? Not Elixir, sorry, Kais. Did you want the bunny? No, I know what Kais wants, the bunny hair clip. Right. I know Kais wants the bunny hair clip. Kais always wants the bunny hair clip because Kais loves bunnies. Where is the bunny hair clip? That is the question. I can see apples. I can see, what's that? I found it. The bunny hair clip for Kais. Thank you, Kais. Okay, let me put that there. Okay. Oh shit, ads have started. Crap, I didn't even notice that they'd started. Sorry, I'm swearing all over the shop. Oh, well, I'm glad that you liked the message. Where did I get? So did I miss a lot? Thank you for the bits as well. That's so kind. Oh, anyone who got gifted a sub, please do make sure you say thank you to Kais if you got gifted a sub, because they did not have to do that. That's so kind. Enjoy your subs. Welcome to our little froglet family. Enjoy your cute froggy emotes you can use all over the place. You also get a discount in the merch store as well, which is linked, I don't know, somewhere under the stream. But yeah, welcome in and enjoy your subs. Soul Trainer Niji says, that's why I love working. So is it Chipotle or Chipotle? Because we don't have that over here. Is it Chipotle Mexican Grill? They accommodate me at the job. Understand I'm a person with disabilities. Sometimes I have to remind them when they get really stressful with the job. I love that they do that for you, Niji. That's amazing. I don't think Niji can hear me because we're in ads at the moment. Hold on. Ads are over. Welcome back from the ads. Niji, I was just saying, is it said Chipotle or Chipotle? And also, it's so nice that your work allows you those accommodations and listens to you when you say, hey, this is a bit too much for me. Speaking of merch, my Marty mug is empty. Time for some more tea, Flick. Oh, you have Twitch Turbo. Nice. Gotcha. Ark says, Mel, stop swearing. Doug Gaming, welcome in. Lovely to see you. Distance says, trust me, I'll be sat questioning whether I should have or not for the next 2 days, threatening over the negativeness and how overbearing you have not been overbearing, can I just say, please do, you have not been overbearing at all. I know you're genuine in your passion for raising awareness and you harbour no prejudgments. Don't thank me, I should thank you for offering somewhere so open. Well, you're welcome. I'm glad you're here. Anyone, if you would like to chat about your autistic experience, please do. I know, obviously, I've talked about my experience quite a lot too. So I don't want anyone to feel like you can't talk about your own experiences, because we're here to share our experiences, to compare the differences as well, because it is different from person to person. Name says, I really appreciate you sharing your experiences with autism. You're the sweetest. It's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you and your community. Namine, you're so lovely. Thank you for finding your way in here and your kindness. There's really, really kind words. Wait, did I say it right? So it is, wait, which one is it? Is it Chipotle or Chipotle? Asking someone deaf who is using CC how to pronounce a word. I don't know how, because Niji's got closed captioning, right? So hopefully they can, I don't know if the closed captioning, like, shows you, like, pronunciation at all. I don't know, guys. I've got to kill the, I'm killing the Tombury King, guys! We're on the Tombury King! What do I need to do? What do I need to do? Demi. I think I need to draw from him. Let's use Meltdown. Lol. Meltdown on a Autism Awareness Acceptance Raid Train. Everyone, we're having a meltdown. Yay! One of your favourite emotes. It's so cute, isn't it? Ugh. What was I saying? I was talking about burnout. So when I was talking, I was asking an open-ended question on social media, like, how do you save yourself from autistic burnout? How do you do it without quitting your job? Oh, okay, we can't do that then. Without quitting your job and becoming a hermit. And a lot of people were like, yeah, it's not possible. Other people were saying, delegate responsibilities, stop. Okay, so I can't use Demi or that. Delegate responsibilities, so, or just reduce your responsibilities. You don't have to worry about them as much. There's less on your mind. Also, junk. Also, ow. Also, what other things people suggested were being kinder to yourself, allowing yourself the grace, and not telling yourself that you're failing because of your burnout. And I was like, yeah, that's easier said than done. But the thing is, right, I am so deeply into my burnout. I've been running on fumes for like 1.5 years now. I'm burnt down. I have been worn down to the bone, mentally and physically, for 1.5 years now. And living that way is very, very hard. It's very hard to find time to rest because you can't rest. And it's very hard to find time and energy to even enjoy your hobbies because you're so burnt out by your work that you can't. And the thing is, right, when you have responsibilities in life like rent and mortgages and stuff, you can't just quit your job because there's bills to pay. So what do you do? And I found it very difficult. I've been looking at other jobs because, a lot of people say, like, don't get another job until you have one lined up, right? Where I work is a 3-month notice period. 3 months is a quarter of a year. And I've recently learned in the last year that I work better in part-time. So 3 or 4 days a week because it stops me from burning out. I cannot stop myself from burning out. because that's how I work. It's how my brain works. I can't stop myself from doing 100%. So if I work part-time, at least if I'm only doing it 3 or 4 days a week, it gives me more time to rest, right? Yeah, 3 months is pretty unusual. It is legal. Normally 3 months is usually if you're in a very senior position or if you're a manager. But a particular place where I am, that's what it is. I'm not in any particular... I don't manage anyone. I don't have a huge level of raised responsibility. Who do I need to heal? What was I saying? Yeah, I've been trying to find jobs and I've been turned away from at least 2 jobs that have said, no, we can't wait 3 months. And so I've been running on Steam, on ashes, basically, for the last 1.5 years, because what do? How do you get out of that situation? You can't find a part-time job that will accept 3 months notice period. It's just not possible. Oh my god, I've just noticed. Can you see how tiny the Tombury King's little his little kitchen knife is? Sorry, I'm not size shaming. But I was not expecting him to have such a cute little dagger. Oh, Phil, thanks for thanking Kais for the gift sub. So Kana, hold on, I'll get to that in one. So Lixie, I saw your message and I will pick that up in a second. I haven't forgotten you, just so you know. I literally got to the point where I handed in my resignation this week. Because at least if I've handed it in, there's an end in sight, right? And 3 months is quite a lot of time, so surely I can find a new job in that time, right? The stress and anxiety of being in a job that I am really struggling in has not quite gone, because obviously I'm still working that job. But there's the new kind of stress that is, I need to find something else ASAP. Time is ticking and there are bills that need to be paid and I have to find a new job because I cannot afford to not have a job. The job seekers allowance here is £90 a week, which is less than £200 a month. And I cannot live on that and I cannot pay the bills with that. I have a mortgage to pay, sadly. And the fact that I have a mortgage to pay is one of the reasons, apart from the 3 months notice, why I have been trapped for so very, very long in this situation, and why I've allowed myself to burn out so much past the burnout. Does anyone else have the same experience? Like, does anyone else burn out that viscerally in work because of their autism? Like, yeah, there's no amount of handovers that are going to take that long, especially not in my job. Exactly, Mia. I looked it up, so it's worse because Mr. Mel earns too much. You would get nothing, I'm sure. Yeah, I looked it up, Mia. We would qualify for nothing because Mr. Mel works, so we qualify for no help whatsoever. But anyway, I have managed to negotiate it down to 1.5 months, which I feel is quite a win, but it's also absolutely terrifying because I have 1.5 months to find a new job. I have a job interview, not this Monday, but the one after. So I'm crossing fingers. I have a job interview and I've applied to lots of different things and I will keep applying to lots of different things. But oh my gosh, if you've ever been job hunting, then you know how exhausting that is. So I'm going to be extra exhausted for the next 1.5 months while I both work the job and job hunt and stream. So I do apologize in advance, but this is the very real experience for people with autism, because how are you supposed to regulate yourself at work when you can either give 100% until you can't? Because I cannot stop myself from doing that. I don't know how to do that. It's how I've been my whole life. I'm trying to learn to regulate, but I can't. I don't know how to pace myself. It's scary, and I'm scared that I'll do the same in whatever job I go into next. Apologies for prying, says Diz. Are you in a position to make this a full-time thing? Not right now. No, definitely not. But I would love to be able to... Okay, so I'm going to be real with you. If I could stream full-time, that would be the dream. Because I could be my own boss. I could decide, I could do my own hours. I could, if I'm having a meltdown, I don't have to stream that day, you know? I don't have to go in and pretend to be something or take a sick day and get punished for it. Do you know what I mean? It is my absolute dream to be a full-time streamer. So I'm pushing really, really hard to get to the point where I could maybe partner push, because the moment you get that partner check, it opens so many doors. Canna, I know you probably feel the same way. Getting that partner check is a huge, huge achievement, and it is a monumental effort as well. But if I can get that, if I can get that this year, that would be a huge step in the right direction to maybe being able to stream more. My goal is to be a full-time streamer or content creator. That is my dream. And whatever jobs I have now are literally just there to pay my bills so I can focus on my dream to be a full-time streamer. I apologize, this wasn't meant to be all about me. We're talking about autism, but you asked the question, so I just thought I would answer that question truthfully, because I'm going to be honest with you. To be able to stream as my job would save me from my mental health, honestly. To be able to do something that I'm passionate about, to be able to have opportunities like this, where I can talk about things that mean a lot to me. Oh, Diz. Wait, did you just subscribe for 6 months? Are you crazy? Diz, what are you doing? 6 months? I hope that was discounted. What are you doing that for? Diz, thank you so much. I don't want to cry. I'm not going to cry. This is not a day. This is a day of being positive. Sana Baka, welcome in. It's lovely to see you. Oh, Diz, that's incredibly kind of you, and I'm grateful beyond words, honestly. Thank you. You did not have to do that at all. You don't have to. Oh God, please don't cry, says Mia. No, I don't. Let's not. Let's not. Elixir says, I once calculated how many subs I'd need per month in order to equal my current salary, since I can't afford to earn less. And yeah, calculating that was a massive reality check for myself. For others, it can work well, but not for me. Yeah, I need to have another job at least. I don't know if I will ever get to that point where I could do it full time. That would be the dream. But at least for now, I need to have a job because I have bills to pay. But that's my dream. Dizen, you get to pick a sticker. So, and also because it's 6 months, you can you get to pick a sticker every month. So this is my sticker book. You get to pick a sticker every month. So next month, make sure you remember to ask me for a sticker next month as well. What kind of sticker would you like? So we have frogs. Look at this one with a cowboy hat, pink cowboy hat. Pink Froggy Club energy. Or we've got lots of different animal stickers. We've got space kitties. We've got meme kitties. Thank you for the hydrate, Evelios. We've got Hello Kitty and friends. You had me at pink hat, lol. Okay, you get the Pink Froggy Club then. Pink Froggy Club. Affecta! I mean, Ov! It's so good to see you. Thank you so much for stopping by. Enjoy your cuppa. I'm giving this sticker to Diz this month. Diz, you get another one next month, okay? So remember to ask me for a sticker next month too. How are you doing, Ov? It's wonderful to see you. Everyone go follow Affecta. Their name is very, very apt because they are an ally, an advocate for actually so many different marginalized genders, sexualities. They are a beautiful person inside and out and absolutely deserve a follow at the very least. If you don't follow them, then I'm gonna get you. I'm just making sure I spelled Dism right. Okay, Diz, you get... Here's your sticker in the book. Look how cute you are. You've got so many froggy buddies with you. You got Diz there. There is Yensid with a little fishing frog. We've got Elixir with a little rainbow poncho frog. We've got... Look at the top So Badgers. We've got a Clementine kitty. And then over here, Jess has got a pushinicorn. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We need to go back. We are killing the Tombury King. We've only got 44 minutes left on this raid train slot. So I need to kill this Tombury King while we still have time. Leviathan, go for it. Squall. Oh, what can we draw from him? Life. I'm going to take some life just in case. I feel like we probably need that. Welcome back, Jada. How do I pronounce your name? Is it like Yedika or Jadika? It appeared, yes, it actually appeared ages ago, but I've been yapping for so long. Good luck, it's not too bad a fight, but stay on your toes. I feel like it's like going to be like the Tombury fight, but more. Maybe the first Yedika. Okay, cool. I'll call you Yedika. Thank you for coming back. It's lovely to have you back. We've triggered the Tombury King, so we're trying to get him, and we're trying to capture him. You're the first that's gotten it almost perfectly. I'm thinking like German, right? Jedeke? It comes across as German to me. Happy noises! Or possibly Dutch, but it sounds more German to me. I'm cactuaring. Squall, I would like you to... It's sharp! Oh my. What should we do? Shall we just pummel it with girlfriends? Should we send our girlfriend to speak to the manager? I'm gonna Cerberus. It is German! Yay! Ich liebe Deutsch! Ich habe Deutsch in der Universität studiert, aber ich habe meistens vergessen. Ich habe allerdings vergessen. And that's my classic phrase, because I have forgotten everything I learned about German at university. But yeah, we're talking about autism, our experiences with autism today. So I revealed that I handed in my notice at this job, and I am currently job hunting for something else, which is very scary. But it is my reality at the moment, and it is the reality for a lot of autistic people and ADHD people. And one of the things I've found since getting my diagnosis for autism, I become more aware of the things I find difficult in the workplace, and I would actually say that my tolerance for those things has gone down. Now that I have my diagnosis, I don't want to mask anymore. I don't want to deal with the things that upset me in the workplace anymore. I don't want to have to talk to people and correct the way I speak all the time and have to check all my emails 4,000 times because I might upset somebody if I say it the wrong way or if I'm too direct. I don't want to do that. I want to... Why does this take so... Angelo Wing, what does that do? And actually, it's made me less... I've had less patience at my job, and I think that's what's eventually driven me to hand in my notice, because I can't do it anymore. What does this do? Is this a full heal? Oh my god, she looks amazing. Oh, what is it? Is it a big heal? She fell over. What the hell did that do? It didn't do anything. Ark, what was that supposed to do? Start using magic with her. Okay. I've forgotten what I was saying about autism now. I got very distracted by Renoa with her wings. She looked amazing. So Sonna says, I've had Asperger's since I was a kid. I will come back to that in a second. But I also think I got something else too since life's been so hard. But I think I'm also stronger mentally than many others. That's really interesting. So we don't use the term Asperger's anymore because the doctor who had the name Asperger's was a very key scientist during the Second World War for the Nazi side, and they basically did a lot of experimentation on children. So while they did diagnose autism and named it after themselves, Asperger's, they did not do it with good intentions. They did it as with the intention of basically eugenics, so wiping out the weaker genes, and they saw people as inferior, and they did not. They killed a lot of children, basically. So just as a pointer there, don't call it Asperger's, because then that's not a name that we want to keep alive, right? It's not a name that or any of that kind of stuff. We don't want that attached to ourselves. So if you have autism, you can call it autism. Or depending on what level, there's level 1, 2, and 3. Those are the current categories for autism. We don't use the term high functioning or low functioning because that can be ableist. So yeah, level 1, 2, or 3. I don't know which one you have. But do just call it for autism from now on. Because yeah, we don't want any association with Asperger's anymore. It's not a typical instant attack like others. Oh my god, Kiraga, I'm so excited to see what she does. Ark then says she'll enter a kind of magic berserk. She'll spam magic without input or using any of your stocks of magic. She can cast stuff even if you don't have any of it. That's so cool. Effector says, I'm glad I went to college while the DSM-5 was in production, which officially migrated to an autism spectrum disorder. That's amazing. So you were learning about it as it happened? There are still some people who strongly identify with the Asperger's label, but it's absolutely got an icky origin story. That's it, yeah. Yeah, Sonna says, I don't know which level it is since that's what my autism was called. That's a real struggle as well for people because you are given the diagnosis at the time. So there are a lot of autistic people who will also say, I'm high-functioning autistic. But they don't have the understanding of what that means specifically. So they don't know the ableism behind that because they were just told that was their diagnosis when it happened, right? How are you supposed to know anything otherwise? No, don't kill her, don't kill her. We need to beat this guy before the stream is up, everybody. We have got to defeat the Tombury King. He's on 38k. We've got him almost down to halfway. Appears to seek revenge for all defeated Tomburys. Oh, I wonder if he's more powerful depending on how many Tomburys I've defeated then. Okay, he doesn't have any weaknesses, so we just keep going. He's on 38k. There are still some people... Oh no, I've read that. It's similar with ADHD and ADD. ADD is no longer a diagnosis in the DSM-5. It's ADHD with 3 subtypes. Primarily hyperactive, primarily inattentive, and combined. Some still prefer the ADD label. See... Is she kicking out mad damage now? Well, she's taking mad damage, apparently. Come on, Renoa. I need you to heal yourself, woman. Woman. Right. Get up. What's she doing? Blizzard? Wait, do I not get to control her now? Is she just doing whatever the fuck she wants now? Okay, Quistis, I need someone to heal this woman. Somebody heal this woman. No, she's gonna die, she's gonna die, she's gonna die, she's gonna die, she's gonna die. Tits! We need to Phoenix down her. I think I need to use that. I don't think we're going to be able to use that limit break again. Well, okay, we use it now. We'll use it now. Woo! This is stressful. This is stressful. I think that buff is probably gone from her since she died. Right, so at least she got to dish out some damage before she went. She's back. We're going to do it again. When we get back to her turn, we're immediately doing it again. We need to defeat the evil Tombury King. He's just upset because I murdered all his children. These guys were just minding their own business and then I came in and started murdering all his children. So, do you know what? I understand why he's upset. Renoa. Wait, it just went past her. What? If you triangle too many times, does it cancel your fucking turn? Oh. Okay, no, we're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. We're fine. Okay. Wait. I would like you to X potion Renoa after this. Tombury King is a good daddy. He's just looking after his BBs. Hey, Neris! He's cute, not evil. Neris, did you finish? Did you get your weapon from the Extreme 4? Oh, it went to Squall because he was ready. Okay, gotcha. I thought I'd pressed triangle too many times and lost my opportunity. Yeah, Tombury King's just looking after his babies. Well, he's not really because I killed them all, but... He's all about the revenge. We're going in 30 minutes from now. Okay, awesome. Well, I finished my raid slot in 24 minutes, guys. We've got 24 minutes to defeat the Tombury King. What did that? I did not see how much damage that did. It allows you to hold someone's action or make sure things go out in order. Oh my gosh, that's so smart. Right, okay, so she's just using shit willy-nilly now. Nice. I'd like her to use some stronger abilities, though. Not gonna lie. Use something a little bit more powerful, please. Can she even use stronger abilities? How dare you? He just stabbed her with his teeny tiny blade. He stabbed her with his teeny blade. Fire. Okay. Come on. What can we use here? Let's triple Blizzaga him. See how he likes that. You good, Calix? Asks Kais. How much is that? 697? Oh, that's not very good, is it? I'm gonna go back to using my girlfriend's. His tiny kitchen knife is just... He's got a tiny little torch as well. That's so cute. I like Tomberries. I think they're adorable. Yeah, Fire 1 spell doing 2k. I want to see her using more powerful spells. No, put your junk away. What else could... Oh, maybe we should use some... Wait, that's the magic one. Have we got Protect? We've only got one Protect. Oh. What's this? Oh! Slow worked on him before, didn't it? Let's try and... Oh, we don't want to triple slow him. Let's try and slow him. Oh, fuck! That was almost 5k damage! I was kind of sad I couldn't find any Tomberry merch at the FF14 stores. Tomberries are so slept on. It's all about Moogles and Chocobos, but what about the Tomberries? Tomberries are fantastic. He has Vit 0 as well? I did... Oh, did she just melt down? I thought we melted him down at the start, but okay, that's cool. Has she got any attack spells? No, we're oh, she does. No, fuck it. Sorry, didn't mean to swear again. I'm cactuaring. No Moombas outside of FF8 still. No! Wait, the Moombas are the little cat guys, right? I love them so much. So there's a guy in FF7 that's like a cat type thing. Is that... I think his name is Red. I haven't played 7 yet. When I finish 8, I'm going to play 7 for the first time. I think is he called Red? Is he a Moomba? Or in some way related to Moombas? He's not a Moomba. Oh, okay. Because he has the similar sort of colour and like shape. Oh yeah, okay, so I haven't played 7 yet, so yeah, Isha's just said, careful, if my question is a spoiler, then that's, please don't tell me, but in my brain, I'm like, oh, he looks a bit like a Moomba. Yeah, no, appreciate that, Ish. Thanks for reminding us. Have you played 7, Ish? There are Moomba dolls in 10? Wait, what? Does Lulu have a Moomba doll? You were about to say the name. Okay, no. What made you choose to play 8 before 7, says Sona? Well, I started my first playthroughs of the old game with 9. Everyone was telling me, you have to play 9. It's the best Final Fantasy. I love it so much. You have to... Lol. You have to play that one. So I played 9. Do you know what? I wish I played 8 before 9 for a couple of different reasons. One, because I enjoyed 9 so much that I found it difficult going to 8 because the junction system was very confusing for me at first. So I struggled with the transition from 9 to 8. I think I would have preferred to play 8 first so I could appreciate it fully. But I played 9 first, then I played 8. And after I play 8, I'll be playing 7. So we're sort of continuing in that sort of direction. But when I finish 7, I will play 7 Remake. And then I will play 7 Rebirth. By the time I finish that, they might even have brought out the third of one of the trilogy. And then I'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I will have played all the Final Fantasy. Well, I won't, because then I need to play 12 and 13 and 13 too. Then I will have played all the Final Fantasies. Can you stop stabbing my peeps, please? Kingdom Hearts. I played Kingdom Hearts 2 and 3, but I haven't played the first one, so that's also something I would need to do one day. My dream is if I sit here and Mel plays Suikoden. I've heard a lot of good stuff about Suikoden. 7 has the system to equip Materia. 6 has the system to equip a summon. It makes sense that 8 has the junction system, says Effector. The first one's amazing. I'm really excited to find out, you know, the original Final Fantasy, the one that saved. Was it Squaresoft? Is that what they were called in the beginning? FF7 fans were put to sleep tactically, says Sana. Maybe one day I'll be able to persuade Mel to play Kudelka like Kira. Look, I've got a long list of games that I need to play first. So, was it just Square in the beginning? Oh, okay. Thank you for clarifying that, Grandy and Ark. I appreciate that. Oh, you mean the first Kingdom Hearts. Right, gotcha. But I do really want to play the first Final Fantasy, of course. I want to know what it is that saved that company, that started off, you know, the epic journey that was all of the Final Fantasy games that have come out since. We went to see Distant Worlds last weekend, guys, so I got to meet quite a few wonderful people who are here in chat. Oh, I need to heal. Streamers and people who viewers and people who hang out in streams, and we got to listen to so many tracks from different Final Fantasies, and it was actually incredible. It was a wonderful experience, despite the absolute overwhelm that is being in London and being socially active for that long and walking around so much and being away from home and all of that stuff. It was an incredible experience. And what did she just use? And I think we did it! Yay! We did it! Regicide. Yes. The first FF is very basic. Don't expect anything too crazy because you have to think of what was epic for the year it was made. I've heard a lot about that. The Tomberry joined your party! I can't wait to use him! Oh, who do we give him to? Royal Crown. Oh my god, a GF Lens Magic 60? Yay! We did it! You know what, guys? That was easy. Let me get out of here so I can heal. Let me get out of here. I'm done with this place. We've got Odin. We've got the Tomberry King. Let's GTFO. You can now stab as a warning. Guys, I've got a tiny little kitchen knife now. I've got a little stabby knife. Like the Tomberry King. No, I want to tent. Let's gather the whole gang together. We're going to have a little camping trip. There we go. Right, we camped. Odin doesn't let you leave now. Odin, I've already got him. He's in my team. Let me have a look. What have we got? So here's the Tomberry King. Oh, it's not even the king. It's just regular Tomberry. Haggle? Oh, receive discounts at shops or familiar. Easier to buy rare items. Ooh. She unlocked her British energy. She can now stab people with a knife. That's so upsetting, but so true. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I'm having familiar. The easier to buy rare items. I don't know what it means by easier, but that's interesting to me. Who shall I equip? Who do I give Tomberry to? So, hold on. What does it channel? Can I see what it channels, or does it not channel anything? Right, I don't think it had, wait, was that page 2 or page 1? Oh, that was page, okay, so we got magic, GF, draw, item. Use the level down command? What's that? Level up command? What are those? Well, you killed the king, so now it's a Tomberry Republic, says Sibelius. We took down the monarchy. What is level down and level up? Level down makes them a bit easier. Level up makes them harder, but worth more XP. I'm guessing that doesn't work on bosses, right? I need to, we've got, what's his face is having a bit of trouble there. G potion. Alexander's having a bad time. Oh my god, that is, we'll just use a lot of G potions then. Okay, I'm gonna save because we've got our Tomberry King. So we've got 3 more to discover. And I've been told that there's 2 in the southwest of the map. So I guess those will probably be the ones together. And I guess this will be whatever that one is that's in Squall's ring, I guess. Okay, now, Ark, do I need to do some leveling up before I can fight those other ones? Before I fight the two really tough ones, do I need to do them before the last arc of the story? First of all, Ark, this genuine question. Or do I need to level up more before I fight them? I don't think so. Proper junctioning. Okay. Renoa's level 20, but I feel like I've junctioned a lot of HP into her. Now, I want to... There was an item to teach a girlfriend magic 60%. So which one... Hold on. Who has she got equipped? Okay, Carby, Siren, Leviathan. Oh shit! Sorry, swearing again. Who do I give Tombury to? I'm just gonna give her Tombury because I'm excited to try out Tombury. Leveling up only makes fights harder. Oh. If you have cards, you can make yourself stronger as well. I saw that about getting items out of cards. So now that she's got Tombury, can I get Mag 60? No, I need to learn Mag 60. Okay. Item. I mean, obviously I'm going to give the crown to Tombury, right? Bonk. Okay, let's give her Magic 60. Wrong thing. Yes. Yes. +1 bonus to magic at level up. We don't want to level her up too much. I might go with the HP. Because the more HP she has, the better. I want her to live. I want her to live! Okay. I can't believe we've done that. What do we do now, Ark? Do I need to go and fight those horrible ones? If you have everyone over level 30 during the King Tombury fight, you could draw full life instead of just life. Oh. Do you think I can fight those things in the southwest now? Yes, you must go do them nowish. Okay, right. To the southwest. Oh, can't drive this thing. How do I drive this thing? It's going so fast. Right. We're good now. We're good. We're good. This is exactly what I'm like on the road, by the way. The final one is a search. Oh, okay. So that's the one you have to go on a scavenger hunt? Not today. Oh, okay, yeah. We've only got 20 minutes, so probably not. What should we do? Ark, what can I do with my time now? Should we start doing the collection of stuff? Since we won't have time to fight the other two things. Save and go try it? Okay, let's try it. Let's try it for giggles then. We'll go in there, we'll save. And then we can try again next stream. So just a heads up though. This is my stream schedule for the week. So Tuesday, Wednesday, whoops, that was not where I wanted to go. Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm streaming Final Fantasy XIV. I'm going into the new raids for the first time, which should be fun. And then we'll be carrying on more... Oh, God, I can't try this. We'll be carrying on more Final Fantasy VIII next Sunday. So wherever we get up to today. Oh, this is so hard to drive. We will continue next Sunday. No, I didn't want to press that button. I didn't want to press that button. Okay, Selfie. I love Selfie that she's just driving. No, I don't want to... Oh, I did want to talk to him. The bosses scale to average level of your party. The way they're either 80% or 120% level from your party. So there's a chance they're below level 30 even if your party's average is... Oh my god, that's so cool. Is there a save point? I don't think so. Did you record that new raid message Sweet said earlier? No. And I didn't see Sweet's answer. Sweet Wild Thing, are you still here? I know I asked, would you like me to use that raid message that you put as the raid message when we go into Soul Train and Niji in 20 minutes? Or do you want me to use the one that I'd made already? Right, we need to save. How do I save outside of here? Do I have to go back to land to save? I think I'm going to have to go back to land to save. No, you know what? We already just saved after we got the Tombury. It's fine. Where am I? Where's the thing gone? I'm driving. I can't drive. This is so hard to drive. It's easier to drive than the garden, but it's still so hard to drive. Right. Is this the button? Yes. Okay. It's fine. We saved before we got here. Some bosses also scale to the exact average level, but those are only some. Okay. You got the message? Okay. Thank you, Ish. We'll use that message, but can you put a bunch of, we'll put a bunch of different, all the different color frogs after it as well. Okay, let's attempt this fight. I don't think this is it, is it? This is just a random thing. Or is it? Oh my goodness. What are these things? What am I fighting? They kind of look undead. What is that thing throwing sheer? The floaty guy, right? What is it? Okay. I'm going to... Let's start by drawing. That might give us an idea. Firaga, Thundaga, Bazaga. Oh my gosh. Bomb has fire, Firaga. Meltdown. We want some of that. Anacondor. Firaga, Curaga, and Bio. I am going to grab some Meltdown. I am going to have a Meltdown. Have some more Meltdowns. And then... Oh no, he's growing. That's not good. I'm going to use a shell. Actually... I want to use Reflect. I'm going to Carby. But first I'm going to protect Renoa with Shell. I cast Fireball, says Albert. Albert, are you good? Is your weekend going well? I keep hearing Kiraga, says Kiraga. I'm sorry for the confusion. Oh, by the way, Kiraga, does Twitch let you change your name to have a capital C now on your name? Has it enough time passed for it to let you do that? Right, so he doesn't have my Reflecty friend, so I'm going to Alexander it. Renoa, I would like you, excuse me, to summon Carby. And we'll get some Reflect up. Quistis, I would like you to Cactuar. I like Cactuar. Oh, Sugar, I need to use Tombury. I want to try that after this. You're still feeling under the weather? No! Are you on the way up? Are you feeling any better? Or are you still really rough? Ugh, welcome to my world when people say ish. This is what you brought this upon yourself, ish. I'm okay with it being low case though. It feels more low key. Aww. You are lowercase as a person. You are very soft and very gentle. And I feel like that does kind of fit you. Is this going to be really powerful? I need to fight something so I can use my Tombury King. I want to see what his ability is like. I wonder if it's like death, and if I tried to use it on a boss, it would just fail. We've got 45 minutes left on this part of the raid train, everyone. So if there's anything that you haven't said with regards to autism, or if you're still feeling a little bit shy, if you would like to share your experience, we've got 15 minutes still to chat about it. So if you would like to, now's your chance. If you want to just tell a story, it could be a funny story, it could be a sad story. Perhaps talk about your diagnosis if you have one, or if you're seeking one, or if you're in a position where you are thinking about getting a diagnosis. I would love to hear what you... I would love to hear everything about it, really. I want to know what your experience is like, because I know my experience. But autism is different for every people, and we're all, every person. And I want to hear how it presents for you. I love that ish. Let's do it. I love that. That will be the raid message if you could save that. I need to do some little heals. Well, that was an interesting fight. So, Renoa needs a little heal. Squall. We'll give him a heal anyway. Who else do we have? Quistis. There we go. Heals. I want to use my Tombury. I don't have a story, says Kiraga. What I do have, however, is Lindt chocolate. You have perceived the resonance. Oh, what does this mean? I think we have to fight some more trash first. Yeah, it's the same guys again. Oh my gosh, the gang is back. Right. Just go for it with Cactuar. Squall, just go for it with Ifrit. Okay, we want to try Tombury. I want to see what the Tombury ability is like. Dun, 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 dun. Buy it, says Kiraga. Are you being sponsored by Lindt chocolate by any chance? Oh, don't bite me. Oh, it didn't bite me, it bonked me. Oh no, everything's gonna kill them before the Tombury even gets a chance. Give Tombury a chance. Yep, I think that was it. Oh, well that one's down. Okay, the Sneck is still around. No, Ifrit's gonna finish the Sneck. Oh, dang it. Guess we'll never get to see what Tombury's ability is. We'll just have to use it on the boss. If Kiraga tells me to buy Raid Shadow Legends, I'm not falling for it, says Diz. Yep. Don't worry, I hate that game, says Kiraga. You wish you were sponsored by Lindt chocolate. Maybe I get free chocolate. That would be the best. I want free chocolate. We do. Okay. I'm just going to wait for Tombury. Oh, don't poison us. Poisoned. What a butthead. Here we go. This is the Tombury ability. Let's go. Chef's knife. What will this do? Maybe it casts Ultima. How do you feel about Manscaped, Astis? Oh, look at it go. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I really, really appreciate the follow. Doink. That was amazing. He got doinked. Oh, Elixir says, Mel, I thought I'd just tell you this. After you said you thought I was autistic rather than ADHD, I messaged my mum to see what she thought. She said she was surprised I went for an ADHD diagnosis rather than autism. That's really interesting, Elixir. And also really interesting that your mum didn't say that at the time as well. Do you think that she might have been worried that you would be offended? I'm putting that in quotes because I don't think it's something to get offended over. But do you think she might have been worried that you would be upset that she would think that? I need to de-poison our girl. Actually, can I use treatment? Because she's got... No, I don't think I can. I've got the action, the treatment action, but I don't think I can just use it. Okay. Antidote. Possibly. That's really interesting. Oh, yeah. Manscaped is the other company that puts out huge advertising budgets to poor products. Apologies if it came over iffy. Oh, yeah, no. Those can only be used in combat. Okay. Oh my gosh. I can barely even go one step before the monsters attack me. I want to walk up to the shiny thing. Wait, look. Do you know what? I'm running. These guys are back. I don't have time for these guys. I'm out of here. I'm a head out. Yeah, I don't have time for those guys. Wait, you have to, oh, don't move during the light. Damn it. Wait, what's this? Oh, it's the same thing again. It's a Sneck on its own. We're running. NordVPN would have protected you from the Manscaped reference. Use code NOT TODAY for 20% off your first month. Mia, you're too convincing. Oh, what happened to no backseating chat, says Mia. Yeah, I didn't figure out. Sorry, I don't even notice backseating myself sometimes. Wait, I literally can't walk any closer, or do I need to walk past it? I think I need to just walk past it. It would have been probably a long time before I figured that out myself as well, which I can understand. It must be very painful for you to watch me play this game for the first time. We got 9 minutes left, though, on the raid train slot. So in 9 minutes, team, we will be raiding into Soul Train and Niji. Oh, I didn't even press anything. I'm just going to check the Discord real quick to make sure Soul Train and Niji is ready, will be ready for us when we start. One sec. Check in. Yes, they will be ready when we go in there. Okay, perfect. Oh, yeah. Soul Train and Niji is live and ready for us. Okay. Back to the game. I can't click on anything. Why not? Oh, because I paused. Lol. Albert says, back at university when I was having a rough time, talking 15 years ago, I went to a neuropsychologist who said I had enough signs that I could choose if I wanted an official autism diagnosis. I declined, worried it would hurt my chances of getting work later on. Since then, I've realised that while I'm definitely on the spectrum, I don't have autism. I think my particular brain setup doesn't match any of the current popular variations. I generally feel that autism or Asperger's, as it was called, for example, are still too vague and cover too many different types of spicy brains. That's interesting, Albert. Because you're right, like, there are so many different ways that autism presents itself. And ADHD as well. It affects people very, very differently. There are some similarities across the board, but overall, like, people are very different and they are affected very differently. And it's interesting that you mention that you don't feel like you fit that term because it's so different. Who knows? Maybe you are one of those types. Where am I supposed to go, team? No, don't answer that question. Because I'm confused by, I can't walk into that thing. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to press X. We'll try that. So you wish to challenge me? It's not our will to fight. We're gonna just find out what this boss is like and get destroyed. Oh, wait. I don't think that was... Okay. So this is not the boss. I don't think. This is not the boss. So what are we doing fighting this guy? Stolen Inferno Fang. Okay, that sounds amazing. Tombury, do your magic. Let's scan the dragon. No, but I really appreciate you sharing your experience, Albert. It's really interesting as well, the way that you feel about it. But it's also incredibly natural and weak against ice and holy. Okay. Also very common for people... Okay, it doesn't like wind or something else. It's very common for people to feel that it is going to hurt their chances in life having a diagnosis of autism or ADHD or any kind of neurodivergence. I get it. There are people out there who will immediately hear that word and think, oh, yeah, we don't want that person working here, or oh, I don't like that person. Yeah, a lot of people deal with that. I get it. But I feel like I do wish that I could have... there had been more understanding and acceptance of autism at all, really, when I was a child, because I feel like having that diagnosis would have helped me to understand myself growing up a lot better. And at least even though they didn't know what kind of support you could give back then, at least to have support and have that acceptance that autism is a part of me, rather than being held to the standards of neurotypical and being expected to behave the right way to fit in a neurotypical society. I wish I hadn't had to do that my whole life, because you know, I was talking about the autism burnout cycles. I feel like there's a sort of overall life burnout cycle as well. And I feel like I'm entering a life burnout cycle, you know, like the full one. And I'm hoping that this can be a turning point, maybe once I've figured out how to get out of the life burnout, that I can start afresh and enjoy the rest of my life and be positive and be able to accept myself and accept my strengths and my weaknesses. And do you know what I mean? I want that for me, and I want that for you, and I want that for everyone who's in here. If you're autistic, I want you to be able to appreciate yourself and know that you matter and know that you're valid, and there's nothing wrong with you, and nothing about the way you are is your fault. It's the way you are. You are literally wired differently in your brain. What? Oh, sorry. I thought Mr. Mel was talking to me, but he's talking at World of Warcraft. Yeah. Just know that you are valid, you are loved, and this will always be a place where you are free to talk about neurodivergence. I'm sure we will have more events talking about neurodivergence in future, ADHD, autism. We talk about sexuality, we talk about identity, we talk about gender. I've got in May, I will be participating in another raid train for mental health as well. So I hope you can join me again in May for that. I don't have a date yet. We're just still putting the schedule together, but that will be a part of the Dragon Clan stream team and the Firekeepers. So 2 stream teams coming together to run that raid train in May. I'm going to switch because we've only got 2 minutes left. Let's watch the Tombury do his thing first. We've only got 2 minutes left, and then we will be raiding into Soul Train and Niji. Guys, it's been a really awesome stream. I hope that you've enjoyed yourselves. I hope that you've taken something away from today. I hope maybe you've learned something. Maybe you've discovered something about yourself. I'm going to switch screens. Yeah, perhaps you've discovered something about yourself today. Or, you know, perhaps you've realized, oh, maybe I might be autistic. Or you're waiting for or seeking a diagnosis and you're like, oh, I feel so validated by the stories shared today. I relate to them so much. That's me. I feel so much more confident about my assessment when I get to it. Because it's quite scary getting your assessment, because you're like, what if they tell me I don't have autism? Where do I go from there? But you know what? If you think you have autism and you're in the process of getting a diagnosis, there's a very good chance you have it, because why would you hyper-focus and learn that much about it and get to that point if you didn't have it, honestly? I'm going to get ready, because we are raiding into Soul Trainer Niji's channel in just over a minute. If you've got any last things you would like to add with regards to the autism conversation, now's your chance, but there will be ample opportunity in the future raid slots as well. Let me put some bits together. If you've really enjoyed hanging out with our community, because I'm very biased, but this is a really lovely community. I've just put a link to the Discord in chat there if you would like to hang out with us outside of stream. And also here's a link to my link tree, which has all my socials as well. So if you'd like to be friends, mutuals, please feel free to drop me a follow there, or feel free to drop me a follow on Twitch if you want to stay in touch or keep up to date with streams. I post a lot of stuff about neurodivergence on social media as well, and sexuality, and I put some of my little art up there as well. Thank you for being here, guys. Thanks for the wonderful stream, Mel, says Kiraga. It's really hit home for me a lot today. I want to get the courage to start the process of a diagnosis, I believe, and if you have any questions, Kiraga, I'm always here. Diz says thank you, Mel, and everyone who's contributed. Have a great evening. Thank you too. Albert says I think you actually just helped clear something up for me, because I didn't realize they're using autism as the umbrella term. In the past, when I was more involved in it, it was described as another specific variation of neurospicy, in which case I suppose it would be appropriate to say I'm autistic. See, we're learning stuff. Sweet Chaos, I didn't see you there. Hi, and thank you for being here, and thank you for saying thank you. Elixir says, thank you, Mel. You've given me a lot to think about. Well, look, if we've been... Oh, sugar, we're already running late. If we've been able to help anybody today, that's what it's all about. Let me get myself ready. We're going to go raid Soul Trainer Niji. I'm just going to grab their name. Oh, hopefully I can spell it correctly. There. Ari, did such an incredible job. Thank you so much. Stop. I don't want to cry. We're not going to cry. I've managed to go through the stream without crying, okay? Ari, thank you for organising this. Mad Cupid, thank you so much for organising this. Yadika, help maybe getting more questions. Yes, well, that's how it works. Okay, you see in chat, those are the raid messages. So grab that on your clipboard. Well, actually, one of those, that's for subscribers only. The bouncy frogs will only work for subscribers. Also, the rainbow emote seems to have broken there. Hold on. Let me get the raid started because we're already running late. There we go. The raid is starting. If you want to, yeah, if you're a non-subscriber, you can grab one of those with the other froggies. Yeah, Hunter's also put in, that is the agreed upon message. Grab any of those messages, guys. It really doesn't matter. Just grab whatever message you want. And we're going to go raid into Soul Trainer Niji, who is, let me see what their, let me open up their page. They're bracing themselves right now. And they are playing Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. Guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for having me on this wonderful, wonderful event. I hope that we've all learned something. I hope you've had a wonderful time because I have. I love you. I appreciate you. Thank you, mods, for working hard. Thank you to everyone who lurked, subbed, donated bits, hung out, shared your stories, shared your experience. You are fantastic. You're welcome for being here. And I love you and have a wonderful time with Niji. Love you. Bye.